Hey everyone, welcome back to another cool project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a Spotify clone in React Native using the Expo framework. That is by making use of the Spotify API as well as the Expo App Auth. And if you find this interesting, please smash the like button and also subscribe for more such content. And yes, let's get started. So firstly, let's look into the demo of the app, right? So I'm going to log in with Spotify. Okay, so this is pretty much our login screen. So I'm going to press on the first button, that is sign in with Spotify. So it's going to show us a pop-up like this. Okay, so I'm going to say continue. Okay, so this is implemented using the Spotify API as I told. So based on the user, we're going to pretty much fetch all of the user details as well as the song. So I'm going to press on agree, and there you go. So this is our main home screen. Okay, so at the top we pretty much have the profile of the user with a message, whether it is a morning, evening or afternoon. And over here we pretty much have the recently played songs as well as the liked songs, and this is a horizontally scrollable top artists. Okay, and this is again the recently played, which is horizontally scrollable. Okay, so if I press on the liked songs, we will be taken to the liked song screen like this. Okay, where we have pretty much a bunch of songs that is coming from the Spotify API. Okay, so when you log in with Spotify, it's going to give you a token. So based on that token, we're going to fetch all of the details of that particular user. Okay, so let's go ahead and play a song over here. So we can move to the next song as well with the help of this button, and we can come back to the previous song if at all there is any previous song present. So I'm going to press on the next button over here to play the next song over here. Okay, so whatever details is over here, that is for the current song that is being played. So the same details is reflected over here at the bottom. Okay, so this is simply like a modal which opens up and shows up in a better view with the image and the song details. And we pretty much have the buttons over here at the bottom part of the modal. And we can even search over here as well. Okay, so pretty much let's search for any song. So I'm going to say this, and there you go. So based on whatever we search over here inside the input field, that is gonna show up over here. Okay, so that's the search bar implementation, right? So if you come back over here, so pretty much in the profile screen we have the details of the user and all of the user playlists. Okay, so this is my playlist inside my real Spotify app. Okay, and this is the email which I've given, and this is the username which I've given to log in with Spotify. Okay, so this is pretty much it. And inside my home screen, you can even go over here into any one of the song. Okay, it's going to show you the song name, and it's going to show you the song item as well over here. And if it is belonging to any particular film, it's going to show all of the film songs as well. So let's give that a try. Okay, it's not showing up. Okay, so if it is a single, it's not going to show up. If it is a song included in any one of the films, then it's going to show up all of the songs for that particular film. So same thing over here as well. If you press over here, it's going to go over here. So as you can see, for this particular song, it's going to show up all of the songs for that particular film. Right, so this is what we'll be implementing, and this is regarding the profile screen, and this is regarding our home screen. Okay, so if you find this interesting, please smash the like button, and let's get started with the project right now. Okay, so the first step is to create a Expo Manage project. So let's go do that. So firstly, inside my terminal, I'm going to go into my build folder. So I'm going to say cd build, and over here I'm going to initialize my project. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to say expo init, the project name. So I'm going to say Spotify project, something like this, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should ask us to choose a template. Okay, so pretty much we have 4 options, and I'm going to select the default one, that is the blank template, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should create us the project structure with the name Spotify project, and then after that we can go into that folder and start building up the app. Okay, and one more thing is when I played the song in the demo part, you might have noticed that the song duration was only about 30 seconds, right? So we are making use of something called as the preview URL that comes from the Spotify API. Okay, so we only want it to be 30 seconds because if at all, let's say if we give the original duration, let's say 2 minutes or 3 minutes of that particular song, then we can't implement certain features, right? It's going to take a lot of time. So we will be implementing the automatic playing of songs, right? That is, if one song completes, then we should automatically play the next song. So if the duration is 30 seconds, which is in our case, it's going to be easy to implement that feature. So for that reason, we'll be making use of the preview URL to play the music inside our app. Okay, so I think the project has been initialized. So the next step is to head over to this particular project, that is CD Spotify project, and then start looking into the app. So I'm going to say CD Spotify project and then code dot. Okay, command not found. We can pretty much open it up manually. So file, open folder, go into the build, the first one. Okay, let's go into the app.js. So this is the main app.js that we have given, and this is the project structure, that is a file tree when we initialized our empty Expo project. Okay, so basically we are returning a view with this text which says open up app.js to start working on your app. Okay, and these are the default styling that we have given, and pretty much we're gonna create 3 folders inside our file tree. So first one is for the screens. This is for the screens folder, and the second one is for the components folder. So I'm going to say components, and if at all we have any kind of data, I'm going to create one for the data folder. So the next step is we're going to look into the navigation part first. So at the bottom part, we're going to initialize the home tab as well as the profile tab at the bottom. So firstly, let's install some packages for navigation, and even before that, let's start up our app. So I'm going to press on terminal, new terminal, and over here I am in the correct project directory, that is Spotify project. So to run the app, I'm going to say Expo start and press on enter. Okay, so to open on iOS, I'm just going to press on I, and to open on Android, you can press on A. Okay, so let's wait for the app to install on the iOS simulator, and we should be seeing just this text because that's what we are returning inside of our return block. Okay guys, so the app has been opened. So as I told, we are just going to see the text at the center part because of this default styling, that is align items of center and justify content of center. Okay, so the next step is to install dependencies for our React navigation. So let's look into that. So let's go to Chrome over here and search for React navigation, and the first link. Okay, let's press on read docs, and firstly let's install React navigation /native using yarn. So I'm going to copy that code and paste it over here. Okay, so after this gets installed, we're going to install one more thing, that is this one. If you're using Expo Manage project, so pretty much copy this code and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so after that we need is, let's move to Hello React navigation. Let's copy this piece of code, that is React navigation /native stack, and paste it over here. And after that, finally, we need access to the bottom tab. So let's install that as well. So let's search for React Native bottom tabs navigation, the first link. So let's install this also using yarn. So copy this piece of code and paste it over here. Okay, so hopefully everything is installed. If you check out our package.json, so as you can see, all of our dependencies have been installed. So now let's come back to our to the app.js, and over here I'm going to create a new file known as the stack navigator. So I'm going to say stack navigator.js rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. Okay, so now over here inside the stack navigator, we're going to design our tabs. Okay, so let's pretty much remove this, that's not required actually. So here firstly I'm going to say const tab equals to create bottom tab navigator. Okay, import bottom tab navigator from this particular dependency like this, and after that I'm going to say return. Before that, let's initialize the function. So I'm going to say function bottom tabs, Okay, here I'm going to say return the tab.navigator. Okay, so inside the tab.navigator, we're pretty much going to have the tab.screens. Okay, so I'm going to say tab.screen. So before writing the screens over here, let's create two screens, that is the home screen as well as the profile screen. So let's go to the screens folder, press on new file. I'm going to say home screen.js, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, save the file, and over here again press on screen, new file. So this is going to be the profile screen. So profile screen.js, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Again, save the file. Let's come back to the stack navigator. So over here, let's start writing the names. So for the tab.screen, I'm going to say name. It's going to have a name of home. Okay, it's capital. And after that, we're going to pretty much render the component. So in our case, it's going to be home screen. So let's import home screen from the screens folder like this. Okay, so after that, we're going to give some options to this. So I'm going to say options. So the first one is going to be tab bar label. It's going to be home. And here we do not want the header shown. So I'm going to say header shown as false. Okay, so after this option, we have another option that is going to be tab bar label style. Okay, this is going to take an object. So I'm going to say color of white. Okay, so after this we have is the tab bar icon. So I'm going to say tab bar icon. So this is going to take in a prop known as focused. So if it is focused, we're going to show some icon. If it is not focused, then we're going to show a different icon. So over here, I'm pretty much going to say if it is focused, show some icon, else we're going to show a different icon. So let's head over to expo.icons.fyi over here. Okay, let's search for the home icon. Okay, so in case if it is focused, we're going to show this one, that is ntypo. So the first step is to import the icon family over here, and let's also render component. Copy that code, paste it over here, and if it is not focused, we're going to show outlined version of it. So in this case, it's going to be from this one, that is and design. So copy this one like this and copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it right over here. Okay, so that's it. These are the options, that is tab bar label, header shown, tab bar label style, tab bar icon, and that's it. So now after this, we're going to write our second screen. So I'm going to say tab dot screen, tab dot screen. Okay, in this case, the name is going to be profile. The component is going to be profile screen like this. Okay, and pretty much the options are going to be same itself except for the tab bar icon. So I'm going to copy the options and paste it over here. Okay, so these are our two tab dot screens, and over here, if at all it is focused, okay, we're going to show a profile icon. So it's going to be the person icon over here. I'm going to say person. If it is focused, I'm going to use it from iron icons. So let's copy this over here and import it like this. Copy the render component code, and if at all it is focused, I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, and the next thing is we want it in the outlined version. So again, from iron icons, just copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it right at the bottom over here. That is, if it is not focused, we're going to paste this icon. So save the file. So after this, we're going to initialize our stack navigator, which is going to contain a bunch of screens. So now after this, I'm going to initialize const stack equals to create native stack navigator. and import that as well from this particular dependency. And after that, I'm going to say function navigation. I'm going to initialize a function called as navigation, and inside navigation I'm going to say return. Here we're going to initialize our main navigation container from React navigation /native. Import that like this. Okay, so inside navigation container we're going to have the stack.navigator. Okay, so inside this we're going to have in all of our screens. So I'm going to say stack.screen. Okay, so here let's pretty much give the name to this. So I'm going to give the name as main, and the component I'm going to pass is the bottom tabs. That is the function which we just defined, that is this one. Okay, so that's the component, and I'm going to say header shown as false. So I'm going to say options over here, header shown is going to be false. Okay, so after this I'm going to say export default navigation, so that we can import this in our main app.js. Save the file. Yeah, so now let's give it a try. So let's come into our main app.js and let's remove all of it, initialize a fragment. Okay, so over here I'm going to import navigation from the stack navigator file like this. Okay, so it's a self-closing tag. So let's just save the file. So hopefully everything should work if nothing has gone wrong. Okay, so I think if we refresh it, it's going to work. So let's refresh the app once. Okay, so as you can see, it's working fine. So currently we are not able to see the text that is for the tab bar label because we have given the color of white to it. As you can see over here, tab bar label style is white. So when we give the background correctly to the screens, then it's going to work absolutely fine. Okay, so now let's implement the first screen, that is login screen, so that we can implement the login functionality first and then come back to the main tabs. Okay, so before that, let's pretty much provide a background color to this part so that we can start seeing the labels correctly. So to do that, I'm going to come over here inside my tab.navigator. I'm going to provide some screen options. Okay, so this is going to take in the tab bar style. So I'm going to say tab bar style. Okay, so pretty much feel free to copy this styles. Okay, background color, a position of absolute, bottom left and right of 0, and the shadow colors, that is shadow opacity, shadow radius, and the shadow offset property. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, it's looking better. So if you provide the background color to the main home screen, it's going to look even more better. Okay, so that's it about the bottom tab navigation. So the next thing is, okay, I think we forgot to make one more change. So if it is focused, we need to give it a color of white over here. So I'm going to say white. Okay, else it's going to be white as well. Yep, I think that's looking better. Okay, so now we are going to create one more screen that is known as the login screen .js rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. So we want the first screen to be as a login screen, correct? So we're going to come back to our stack navigator and we're going to make the changes over here. So that is over here. So I'm going to say stack dot screen. So in this case, the name is going to be login and the component is going to be login screen. Import that from the screens folder like this, and we're going to provide the options over here as well, and I'm going to say header shown as false. Okay, save the file. Okay, nothing has changed, so let's refresh the app once. Not this. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see the login screen. Okay, so now first let's design the login screen so that it looks like this, and then we're going to implement the login with Spotify functionality. Okay, so firstly I'm going to initialize my safe area view over here. So first let's import it, and I'm going to use this instead of the normal view. Okay, save the file. Okay, so as you can see, now it's in the correct place. So now let's firstly give the background color to the login screen, which is going to contain this one. So to give this, I'm going to make use of something called as the linear gradient. So we're gonna install the dependency. So let's head over to Chrome and let's search for linear gradient from Expo. Okay, let's press on the first link. Let's install with the help of this code. Just copy that out, and we're gonna come over here and paste it. Okay, so this should install the dependency for Expo linear gradient. Okay, so after that has been completed, over here inside the return block, I'm gonna say linear gradient, import that from Expo linear gradient. Okay, so let's put the safe area view inside of the linear gradient. So this linear gradient is gonna take in a bunch of colors. Okay, so I'm gonna pass in the colors. So it's gonna be this color code. So it's gonna take in two colors. So the first one is gonna be 04 0306. Okay, and the second one is gonna be 131 624. Okay, and I'm gonna give the style for the linear gradient, that is a flex of 1, so it covers the entire screen. So I'm gonna say style and a flex of 1. Okay, as you can see, the color is looking pretty good for the entire screen. So this is going to be our login screen background. So now let's start styling up our design, that is all of this, the icons, the text, and the buttons. Okay, so the first thing is I'm going to provide a view inside the safe area view, which is going to have a specific height. Okay, it's going to be a self-closing tag. I'm going to give it a style. I'm going to say height of 80. So whatever I write, it should be from the height of 80. Okay, so to give it this design, so the first thing is we're gonna get in the icon, so that is from ntypo. So pretty much search over here for Spotify. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. So import the icon family first, copy the render component code and paste it over here. So this is gonna have a size of 80. Okay, so save the file. Okay, not able to see. Okay, because the color is black, let's give it the color of white. As you can see, we are able to see the icon. So we want the icon to be centered towards the screen, right? So let's give the style for that. So I'm going to say style, align items of center. Okay, so now after that, it's not aligning. Let's give the text align of center. Okay, yes, that's looking better. So now after that, we're going to initialize our text attribute, which is going to say millions of songs free on Spotify. Okay, something like this. So we're going to give the styling for the text. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a color of white and a font size of 40 and a font weight of bold as well. This also is going to have a text align of center and a slight margin top of 40. Okay, so let's format once. Yeah, so this is the styling for the text attribute. So let me save the file, and there you go. I think that's looking better. So now after this is we're going to pretty much show up all of our buttons like this. Okay, we're going to only work with this as the functionality. This is only for the UI purposes. Okay, so after that, text, we're going to say pressable, or let's give a view over here to give a specific height between the text as well as all of the buttons. Again, I'm going to say it's going to be a self-closing view. Style, again we're going to give it a height of 80. Okay, so whatever starts, it's gonna start from the height of 80 from this part. So after this, I'm gonna initialize my pressable for the first button, import that from React Native. So this pressable is gonna contain just the text attribute, which is gonna say sign in with Spotify. Okay, so I'm gonna save the file. So let's give the styling for the pressable so that we can start seeing the button. Okay, so I'm gonna say style over here. So it's gonna have a background color that is similar to Spotify. So the color code is gonna be 1D B954. Okay, so that's the color code, and we're gonna give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and the margin left of auto and the margin right of auto as well. You're gonna give it a specific width, that is width of 300, and we're gonna give it a border radius as well. So after that, I'm gonna say border radius of 25, and we're gonna say align item center and justify of center. Actually, these two were not required, right? So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now similarly, we're gonna pretty much give the designs for all of the remaining buttons. Right? I'm gonna initialize my second button. So I'm gonna say pressable. So inside this pressable, we're gonna have two things, that is the icon itself as well as the text. So let's search for the phone icon. I'm gonna say phone Android. So firstly, let's import the icon family and paste it over here. Let's copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so after this, we're gonna have a text which says continue with phone number. So I'm gonna say continue with phone number. Okay, so now this color is gonna have, this is gonna have the white color. Okay, that is looking better. So now let's give the styling for the pressable. Okay, so this one is gonna have a different background color. As you can see, it's gonna have this color, right? So it's gonna be the same color that we gave to the gradient, this color code. So let's paste that over here as in the background color. Okay, and apart from that, it's gonna have pretty much the same styling that we gave to the first button, that is sign in with Spotify. So paste that over there, and along with it, we're gonna give it a flex direction of row, and then align items of center, because we have two items, right? So save the file, and currently, as you can see, both of the buttons are touching. So to prevent that from happening, I'm gonna give it a margin vertical of 10. Okay, so let's give the same piece of styling for the top pressable as well. Okay, I think that's looking better. So now for the text, let's give the styling over here. So I'm gonna say style. So it's gonna have a font weight of 500 and a color of white. Okay, and we're gonna give a text align of center. Okay, that's looking better. Okay, so now as you can see over here, the phone icon is put to the extreme left, right, whereas the text is centered towards the center part of this container. So to do that, we're gonna pretty much give a flex of 1 to the text, so that automatically the icon goes towards the leftmost position. So save the file. That's it. I think that's looking better. So the next step is we need to give it a border color, right? So I'm going to say border color of this color code, that is C0, 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 and a border width of 0.8. Okay, yep, I think that's looking better. So we're going to pretty much copy this a couple of times and then make the changes for the remaining two buttons. So I'm going to copy this pressable, paste it 2 times. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Over here, it's going to be continue with Google. So over here also we have the icon for Google. So let's copy that out. Okay, import the icon family, that is and design, and render component code, copy that out, and we're gonna paste it over here. It's gonna have a color of white as well. I mean, not color of white, it's gonna have a color of red. Okay, that's looking fine. So the next thing we're gonna look into is the final one, that is Facebook. Okay, so over here we're gonna say sign in with Facebook. Right, let's get the icon for Facebook. That is this one. End typo, I think end typo has already been defined. Nope, I guess. So copy that out, import the icon family. Okay, end typo is already there, good. So yeah, let's pretty much save the file. Let's give it a blue shade. Okay, yep, that's okay, because we do not have the exact color code of this one, right? Okay, never mind. So I think that's it about the design of the login screen. So the next step is we're going to initiate an on press function on this button, that is sign in with Spotify. So I'm going to say on press equals to authenticate. Okay, let's define the function right at the top. Okay, so here we're going to write the functionality for authentication. Okay, so the next step is we need to head over to Spotify dashboard and then create our own project. Okay, so that we get a key when we create the project, and with the help of that we're going to pretty much implement the login functionality. So the next step is we're going to head over to Chrome and go into the Spotify dashboard. Okay, so let's search for Spotify dashboard. First link. So as you can see, there are a bunch of Spotify projects I've worked on previously. So now to create a new app, I'm going to press on the create app over here. So here we need to provide the details of our app starting from the name. Okay, so the name I'm going to give it is Spotify project. Okay, and for app description you can pretty much give anything. I'm going to say I am building a Spotify music player, something like this. And next thing is going to be website. For that I'm going to leave it as blank, and after that we have is the redirect URI. Okay, so we need to provide it a URI. Okay, so if you would remember in the previous projects, we used to when we used to run Expo, we used to open up the developer tools. Okay, and towards the left side we had a bunch of options to view the app on the simulator. Okay, so that particular link is going to be the redirect URI. Along with it, it's going to take in a Spotify Auth callback. Okay, so the redirect URI for this app is going to be pretty much the link which we used to open up, and along with it, it's going to be a Spotify Auth callback. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to pretty much check over here and press on save. Okay, so our app gets created, as you can see. Okay, so now the next step is we're going to go back into the login function, that is the authenticate method, and then we're going to write the code for that. So firstly, instead of a normal arrow function, I want this to be a async function. So I'm going to say async function. Okay, let's remove this out, even this one. Okay, so now I'm going to install a dependency, that is Expo App Auth, so that we can log in with Spotify. So for that I'm going to say yarn add Expo App Auth, like this. Okay, let's wait for this to get installed. Okay, so after this gets installed, we're going to initialize our authenticate method. So firstly we're going to get the config over here. So I'm going to say const config equals to, it's going to be an object. So the first thing inside the config is going to be the issuer. So in our case, it's going to be https accounts.spotify.com. Okay, so this is going to be our issuer, and the next thing it's going to take is the client ID. Okay, so you need to pass your client ID. Okay, so to get the client ID, you can pretty much go into the settings of the app which you have created. So press on settings. So as you can see, we have the client ID over here. Copy that out and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so after the client ID, we have the scopes. Okay, you can pretty much copy the scopes out. So we'll be working on these scopes while building up this project. Okay, so after the scopes, we have the next thing, that is the redirect URL. So I'm going to say redirect URL. So this we have already created while we have created our app. Okay, so let's just copy that from there. So if you just scroll down, you can see this. So just copy this out and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so after that we have initialized our config. So the next thing is we're gonna get the result from this. So I'm gonna say const result equals to await app auth. So firstly let's import the app auth. So I'm pretty much gonna import everything. So to do that, I'm gonna say import star as app auth from the Expo App Auth, like this. Okay, so now what we're trying to do is we're gonna say app auth dot auth async. This is gonna take in the config. Okay, so now what we are trying to do is, like, we are trying to get the result. Okay, so inside the result, basically the access token, the refresh token, the expiration date, and all of these details are stored. Okay, so if at all we have the access token, then only we are going to access the user profile, the user songs, the user top artists, and so on. So if at all the access token in case gets expired, then in that case we're going to show the login screen to the user to log in again and to generate the access token again, so that we can show up the details, okay, of that particular user. So we're going to implement this this way. So firstly we're going to say console.log of result, like this. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is, firstly, for this to work we need to convert it into an iOS app. Okay, because it's an iOS simulator. So for Android users, you need to convert it into an Android app. Okay, so to do that, firstly I'm gonna go into my terminal and I'm gonna say npx expo run iOS. Okay, and for Android users it's gonna be npx expo run Android. Okay, if this doesn't work, you're gonna say npx expo run Android -d with the emulator name. Whatever is your emulator name, you're gonna write that. Okay, if even that doesn't work, try clearing the cache out and then run this code again, or you can pretty much delete the node modules and install it again and then work with this process again. Okay, so now I'm gonna press enter over here after writing this code. Okay, so they should ask us a question, that is, what would you like your iOS bundle identifier to be? So in this case, I'm gonna say it's gonna be com.spotify. Okay, so I'm gonna press an enter. So this should create us iOS folder inside our file tree, as you can see. So it's gonna take in a couple of minutes to load the app. Okay, so let's wait for that to happen. Okay guys, so for me the app has been opened. Okay, so basically this has created a new app with the app name that is known as Spotify project. Okay, so whatever changes we make are gonna happen over here. Okay, so open that. So currently we have the login screen being shown. Okay, so after we get the result, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna store the async storage. We're gonna store the token inside of the async storage and check if at all the token is present. If it's not expired, then we're going to show all of the songs. In case the access token is expired, then we're going to show the login screen to the user. Okay, so now the next step is I'm going to check over here, that is, if we have the result dot access token, then in that case we're going to perform some execution, right? So if at all we have this, firstly we need to install async storage. So let's go do that. Okay, so over here search for async storage. Okay, so the first link, we're going to install it from Expo itself. So copy this out, and a new terminal, you're going to paste it over here. Okay, so that has been installed. So now after, if at all we have the result.access token that is coming from the API, then in that case I'm gonna firstly calculate the expiration date. So to do that, I'm gonna say const expiration date equals to, I'm gonna say new date with the help of the built-in method, and I'm gonna access the result.access token expiration date. So all of these details will come in the result. You can pretty much console.log it once we press on the login button. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to say get the time. Okay, so this is the way we calculate the expiration date for that access token. And after that, I'm going to say async storage, import that like this. I'm going to say, so the way async storage works is, firstly to set the item, we will be making use of the set item method, and it's going to take in a key and a value. Okay, so for a particular key, we are going to set the value, and to get the same value, we're going to make use of the get item method, and we need to provide the same key while we set it. Okay, so firstly, while setting it, I'm going to say async storage dot set item. So as I told, the key I'm going to provide is token. Okay, and the value for this is going to be result.access token. Okay, and the next thing we're going to set is the expiration date. So I'm going to say async storage dot set item. So again, here we are going to work with the key value pair. Okay, so the key in my case is going to be expiration date like this. Okay, and the value is going to be this particular value which we calculated into the string method. So I'm going to say expiration date dot to string. Okay, so after this has been stored, we are going to say navigation dot navigate. So firstly, let's initialize our navigation. That's not done. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation like this. Okay, so after performing these executions, I'm gonna say navigation dot navigate to the main tabs. That is after setting the token and the expiration date into the async storage. Okay, so that's it about the authenticate method, right? So firstly, we are pretty much initializing a config, whatever we need with these 4 details. Okay, and after that, if at all we get the access token from the result over here, then in that case, firstly we are trying to store the token. Okay, so the way this works is, if at all we have the access token, then only we're going to get the results, that is the public profile of the user, the liked songs of the user, the top artists of the user, and so on. Okay, so if at all we have the access token, then show the main home screen. Okay, if at all we do not have the access token, that is if it is expired in some case, then in that case we're just going to show the login screen itself, so that we can log in again and a new token is generated. Okay, so now after doing this, we're going to check if the token is present. That will be done with the help of a use effect, because the login screen is the first screen that appears, so it's going to check every time, that is if the token is present or not. Okay, so I just wanted to run one time, so I'm going to provide an empty dependency array. Okay, and let's import use effect from React over here, and let's remove this out. Okay, so inside the use effect, I'm going to initialize my function. I'm going to say const check token validity, something like this. Okay, so firstly I'm gonna access my token, right? So this is gonna be an async function, so I'm gonna say async. So to access the token, we have the async storage, okay, and we have the get item method. So I'm gonna say over here const access token equals to await async storage dot get item. So this is gonna be this is gonna be similar, that is we need to provide the same key with which we set the value. Okay, so for this access token, the key was token. Okay, so to get that, I'm gonna pass in token, and that's it. It's gonna give us this particular value with which we set it. Okay, so after that, I'm gonna access the next thing similarly, that is expiration date. It's gonna be await async storage dot get item, and the key we provided for this value, that is this one, was this one, right? Expiration date. So I'm gonna pass in the same key to get the value. Okay, so that's it. So the next thing is, let's console.log both of the values. So I'm gonna say console.log access token is gonna be access token, and then console.log the expiration date is gonna be expiration date. Okay, so now over here I'm gonna apply the condition, that is if at all we have the access token and the expiration date, then in that case firstly we need to check if at all the access token is expired or it's not expired. Okay, if it is expired, then don't do anything, just show the login screen. If it is not expired, then navigate to the main tabs. Okay, so to check that, firstly I'm gonna get the current time. So I'm gonna say const current time equals to date dot now with the help of the built-in method like this. Okay, and I'm gonna check if at all the current time is less than, I'm gonna make use of the %, over here, is less than the % of the expiration date. Okay, then in that case the token is still valid. Okay, we're gonna say here the token is still valid. Okay, so if the token is still valid, what should you do? We should navigate to the login screen. So I'm going to say navigation dot replace, I mean not the login screen, the main tabs. So navigation dot replace to the main tabs like this. Okay, so in the else condition, what you're going to do is, in the else condition, of course the access token would be expired, right? So we're going to say token would be expired, so we need to remove it from the async storage, because when we again log in, we need to we would get the new token, right? So I'm going to say this. So after this I'm going to say async storage dot, we have a new method that is remove item, and for this also we need to provide the same key for that particular value. So currently we are removing the access token, so the key for that is going to be token. So I'm going to pass that over here, and after that I'm going to say async storage dot the next one, that is going to be remove item of the next token, I mean the next key, that is expiration date. Okay, so that's it. If at all in the else condition you need not write anything, automatically it's going to show you the login screen itself. Okay, so I think that's it. Hopefully this should work. So let's save the file and let's call this function over here. So that's going to happen right after over here. So check token validity. Okay, so I think we can give it a try. So save the file. So I'm going to press on sign in with Spotify and let's check for any errors. So let's check that out. So hopefully we should see that pop up, and there you go, we are seeing the pop-up. So let's press on continue. So it's going to go to accounts.spotify.com because that's the issue we have passed over here. Okay, so we need to log in, right? So I'm going to log in with my original account and password of Spotify. So over here I'm going to say my email name, my email address, that is this one. Okay, let me check that once. Okay, that's correct. And for the password, I'm going to enter my password like this, and I'm going to press on login. Okay, so there you go. So this is the project with which we have created. Okay, so it's going to ask us, is that you? Of course it is me. So I'm going to press on agree over here. Okay, and there you go, we are coming to the main tabs. So this is our access token. I mean, this is our result, right? We have the access token, we have the access token expiration date, and we have the refresh token, and we even have all of the other details as well. Okay, so currently we are not working with refresh token. We are just checking if at all the access token is expired or not. Okay, so currently it is not expired, so we are in the login screen. I mean, we are in the home screen, that is this one. Okay, so firstly let's make use of a safe area view over here. Okay, so there you go, it is in the home screen. So now if at all I refresh the app and open it again, it's gonna check, right? This is gonna get triggered off, that is this check token validity function, and it's gonna check this. If at all we have the access token and it is not expired, then this is gonna work, that is navigation dot replace to the main tabs. So let's give that a try. So open this app again, and there you go. So currently our token is not expired. So that reason we are coming to the home screen. So the next step is we're gonna start designing the home screen, and we're gonna get all of the details, the songs, the like songs of the user. Okay. So firstly, let's apply the background color for the home screen, right? So that it looks better along with the bottom tabs. So again, we're gonna make use of the linear gradient. So I'm gonna say linear gradient, imported from Expo linear gradient. Okay, and we're gonna put in the scroll view inside of it. Okay, or before that, let's give the colors for this. So I'm gonna say colors, it's gonna be this, the same colors, right? The same colors we gave for the login screen. So now I'm gonna give it a flex of 1 to this as the style, so it covers the entire screen. Okay, so actually instead of safe area view, we need access to the scroll view, because the contents might get overflowed. Okay, so scroll view, I'm gonna paste it over here as well, and I'm gonna give it a margin top of 50. Okay, save the file. So as you can see, our home screen is looking better. So now the first thing over here is, inside the home screen we need to get the profile, and we need to show the message whether it is a morning, evening, or afternoon. Correct. So firstly, the first step is to get the user profile. Okay, so to get that, I'm going to say const get profile, like this. It's going to be a async function, so I'm going to say async like this. And firstly I'm going to initialize my state to store the user. So I'm going to say const user profile comma set user profile equals to use state, and I'm going to provide a empty array at the initial state. Okay, so now the next step is over here inside the get profile method. Firstly I'm going to access the access token, because we need to have the access token to get the details of that particular user. So I'm going to say const access token equals to, it's going to be similar, async storage dot get item, and the key is going to be token. Okay, so after that I'm going to initiate my try catch block. Okay, if at all there is any error, just give me that error. So it's going to be console.log error.message. Okay, so inside the try block, what we're going to do is, firstly we're going to get the response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to use the fetch method, await fetch. So the URL is going to be this, that is https api.spotify.com/v1/me. Okay, and it's going to take in the headers, that is basically the authorization. Okay, so authorization, it's going to be bearer and the access token. So we're going to make use of the backticks. Okay, you're going to not use this. So to get the value of access token, I'm going to make use of the dollar symbol. come on. Okay, so that's it. And after we have obtained the response, I'm going to say const data equals to await. Firstly convert it into JSON, so I'm going to say response.json, and I'm going to say set user profile to be whatever is the data. Okay, so that's it. If you want, you can return the data. Okay, so we're going to call this function inside of a use effect. So I'm going to say use effect. So we're going to run it just once, so just provide an empty dependency array. Okay, so and call the function that is get profile. Let's import use effect from the correct one, that is React. Let's remove this out. Okay, so hopefully we should be getting the details of the user profile. So let's console.log of the user profile. Okay, and hopefully everything is imported as well. So use state is not imported. Use state async storage is imported. Yep, I think we can give it a try. So save the file. Okay, only valid bearer authentication supported. Okay, let's look into where we have gone wrong. Okay, I think we are not able to access the access token because we have not provided the await method. Otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, we're going to say const access token equals to await async storage.get item of token. Okay, save the file, and there you go. So this is my user profile. Okay, so this is the display name, the email address. You're going to get even the image link as well. Okay, that is over here inside the images. So with the help of this information, we're going to style out our first view. Okay, so that's going to come over here. So I'm going to say view. Okay, this view is going to have one more view which is going to contain the image. Let's import that from React Native. So the image is going to take in the source, that is src, this one source, and URI. So the URI is going to be user profile dot images of 0 dot URL. Okay, so you can check that over here. That is images is an array. So go into the images of the first object. So I've written 0, and to access the URL, it's going to be .url, that is this one. Okay, so now let's give the style to the image. I'm going to say style. It's going to have a specific width and height. So I'm going to say a width of 40 and a height of 40. Okay, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 20 to make it look circular, and a resize mode of cover. So let me save the file. Okay, cannot convert undefined value to an object. Why is that? And there you go. So now it's working properly. So we are getting the correct image. Okay, so this is my image in the original Spotify app. Okay, so after the image, we're gonna have the text. Okay, which is gonna show us the greeting message. So which needs to be dynamic according to if it is morning, evening, or afternoon. Okay, so for that, I'm going to initialize a function over here. I'm going to say const greeting message equals to a normal arrow function. Firstly, I'm going to get the current time. Okay, so I'm going to say const current time equals to new date with the help of the built-in method dot get hours. Okay, so I'm going to check the condition, that is if the current time is less than 12 o'clock, return good morning. Okay, else if the current time is less than 16, that is 4 o'clock, I want to say return good afternoon. Okay, else it needs to be good evening. I'm going to say return good evening. Okay, so I'm gonna call the function over here. So I'm gonna say const message equals to this function, that is greeting message. So this greeting message is a function which is going to return us the value, either it is good morning or good afternoon or good evening, okay, based upon the time. So 12 o'clock in the sense afternoon, this is 14, this is 16 in the sense 4 o'clock, else if it is greater than 4 o'clock, it's going to be good evening. So here I'm going to show up the message, that is in the text field, I'm going to say greeting, not greeting, is it message? Yeah, message. So let's give the styling for the text first so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to give it a margin left of 10 and a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold like this, and I'm going to give it a color of white. Okay, save the file. So currently now it's good morning, now it's morning, so it's showing good morning. Okay, so now for this view I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say a flex direction of row and align items of center. Yep, that's looking better. So now we're going to give one more thing, that is basically the icon. This icon I'm going to give it. Okay, so here, so let's search for the lightning icon. Okay, so that is going to be, yep, this one. Just import the icon family once over here and copy the render component code. So this is going to come in after this view. So the color is going to be white instead of black. Okay, so save the file, and for this view let's give the styling, which is going to contain the view as well as the icon. So I'm going to say style, a padding of 10, that is internal spacing, and a flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, save the file. Yep, that's looking better. So that's the first design of this particular home screen. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is the design of these two, that is music and podcast shows. Okay, that's going to come right after the view. Okay, so before starting with the next design, I need to make one change. Okay, so in the state which we have initialized, that is the user profile over here, you need to make it as empty. Okay, so because this is returning as an object and not an array. Okay, so for that reason, just make it as an empty inside the use state. So previously I told you to write an empty array, right? Okay, just remove that, and we need to be making use of just empty because it's returning as an object. Okay, so we can directly access like this, that is user profile dot images dot url. Okay, so make sure that you do this change. Okay, then after that I'm gonna say my second view. So this in turn is gonna contain two pressables. So this is pressable 1, this is pressable 2. The first pressable is gonna contain the text, okay, which is gonna say music, and this one is gonna contain the second text, which is gonna say music and shows. Not that one, podcasts and shows. Okay, and after that I'm gonna save the file. Okay, so now I'm gonna give the style for the pressable first. I'm gonna say style. It's gonna have a background color of this color code, that is 282828. It's gonna have some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a border radius of 30. Okay, I'm gonna give the same styling for the second pressable as well. So copy that out and paste it over here. Okay, there you go, that's looking better. So I'm going to give the style for the text now. I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 15 and a color of white. Okay, so copy this out and give the same style to the second text. Okay, that's looking good. So now we're going to give the style for the outer view. I'm going to say style. Okay, it's going to be a margin horizontal of 12, a bit of margin vertical as well. I'm going to give it 5, and I'm going to say flex direction of row and align items of center. Okay, also I'm going to give it a gap of 10 also. Okay, save the file. Yep, I think that's looking better. That is according to this design, it's looking, yeah, almost exact same. Okay, so after that we're gonna design this part. Okay, so inside this part, these two are hard coded. I mean, we are going to design it separately, and this is done with the help of the flat list. That is we're going to get the recently played songs, that is the last 4 played songs over here inside this part. Okay, and these two will be hard coded now. So we're going to do that part. That's going to come right after the view, that is this one. So firstly I'm going to give it a height. So I'm going to say view with self enclosing tag. I'm going to say style, give it a height of 10. Okay, so now after that I'm going to initialize my view. So this view in turn is going to contain the pressable. Okay, so this pressable again is going to have a linear gradient. Okay, linear gradient. Okay, so inside the linear gradient I'm going to have a pressable. So this pressable is going to contain the heart icon, that is this one. Okay, so let's get the heart icon. So over here I'm going to search for heart. So it's going to be from and design. Let's import the icon family first. Okay, and let's copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it right over here. Okay, so save the file. Cannot read property map of undefined. Why is that happening? Inside the login screen, is it? Okay, let's refresh the app once and open it again. Okay, there is some error with linear gradient. Let's look into that in the home screen. Okay, we've imported that over here. Okay, I think we cannot save the file. That is, we need to provide the colors to it, then only it's going to work. Okay, so for linear gradient I'm going to give the colors. Okay, it's going to be an array of colors again, with the color code as this one. The first one is going to be 33006F, and the second color code is going to be this one, that is FFFFF. Okay, 6 times. Okay, save the file. So now for the pressable I'm going to give the style. So it's going to have a width of 55, a height of 55, and I'm going to say justify content of center and align items of center as well. So save the file. Yep, now as you can see we have the linear gradient being applied with that particular color. Okay, so now instead of black I'm gonna give the color of white for the icon. Yep, that's looking better. Okay, so now after the linear gradient part, that is after designing that, I'm going to initialize the text for this, which is going to say like songs. Okay, so now after this we're going to give this styling for the pressable. So I'm going to say style. You can pretty much copy the values for the style. Okay, so I've just given margin bottom of 10, a flex selection of row and align items of center, a gap of 10, and okay, this is again written, and I've given a flex of 1, and the background color is going to be this thing, that is this background color, that is the brown color one, right? And a bit of border radius and elevation. So save the file. As you can see, that's being applied. Okay, so now after that I'm going to give the style for the text over here. So that's going to come over here. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a color of white, and it's going to have a font size of 13. Okay, and it's going to have a font weight of bold. Okay, I think that's looking better. So now after that we have is another view to show this container, right? So now I'm gonna put this down, and over here I'm gonna initialize my second view. So this is gonna have the image. Okay, import image, it's imported. So let me just get the code for the image. Okay guys, I just pasted the code for the image. Okay, so this is gonna generate a random image every once you come into the app. Okay, and you can give in any random name over here as well. So now let's give the style for the image so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm gonna say style. So it's gonna have width of 55 and a height of 55 as well. Okay, so save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now we are gonna give the same piece of styling for this view also, that is outer container. So the same piece of styling, copy that out and paste it over here. Okay, as you can see, that's looking better. So now for the text also, I'm gonna give the same piece of styling. That's gonna come right over here. Yep, I think that's looking better. So now the next step is we're gonna give the style for the outermost view that's gonna contain these two children. That is, where did that go? Yep, this view. Okay, it's gonna contain the first pressable and the second view. Okay, so let's give the styling for that. So I'm gonna say style of flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, there you go, that's looking better. So now after that, the next step is we need to get the recently played songs, that is the last 4 played songs, and display it using the help of a flat list. Okay, so firstly we're going to initiate a function over here to get the recently played songs. So I'm going to say const get recently played songs equals to a basic arrow function. It's going to be a async function again. Okay, so over here again we need to get access to the access token. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this out. Okay, paste it over here. So we have access to the access token, and firstly I'm gonna initialize my try catch block. Okay, firstly let's display if at all there is any error. I'm gonna say console.log error.message. Okay, so inside the try block, firstly I'm gonna say const response equals to await. Over here I'll be making use of Axios. So firstly let's install Axios. Okay, open up a new terminal. I'm gonna say yarn add Axios. Okay, that has been installed. So I'm gonna say await Axios, import Axios from Axios. Okay, so await Axios dot, okay, it's gonna take in an object. Over here I'm gonna pass in the method. So the method is gonna be get. Okay, and the URL is gonna be this one, that is https api.spotify.com/v1/me/player and then recently played, and we're gonna pass in something called as the limit because we only want in 4 songs. Okay, so hopefully this is the correct URL. Okay, after that we're gonna pass in the headers. You can just copy that from the previous response over here. So over here I'm gonna say headers as this one. Okay, that's it. So now I'm gonna initialize over here, that is const tracks equals to the response dot data dot items. So you can pretty much try and console.log the response. Okay, so to access the tracks, it's gonna be response.data.items. So now let me initialize my state to hold all of this data. So I'm gonna say const recently played, comma set recently played equals to use state. Over here we're gonna provide an empty array because we are gonna have 4 songs, correct? So yeah, that's it. So after we get the tracks, I'm gonna say set the recently played to be, okay, wrong spelling. Okay, so set the recently played to be of the tracks. Okay, that's it. So the next thing is we're gonna call this function inside of a use effect. So I'm gonna say use effect. It's gonna run once when the app loads, so empty dependency array, and we're gonna call it over here, that is get recently played songs. Okay, so let me just console.log my recently played songs. So over here I'm just gonna say not there, console.log recently played. Okay, so let me just save the file, and as you can see this is my recently played. So I'm gonna just open this in a DevTools. Okay, so I'm not sure why it's not opening. Okay, it's opening up. So now if I'm gonna save the file, so as you can see these are my recently played songs. Four objects inside of an array. So inside that we have something called as a track object, which is going to contain the songs. Okay, so this is the recently played song. We have the song name, we have the preview URL that we're going to use, and we have pretty much the remaining songs as well. Okay, so with the help of this data we're going to design our next part, that is this one. Okay, this four parts. So to do that I'm going to initialize my flat list that's going to come right after the view, that is over here. Okay, so let's just check if we are in the correct place. So I'm gonna give style a color of white. Nope, I think we need to go down over here. Yeah, so over here I'm gonna initialize my flat list. So I'm gonna say flat list, import that from React Native, and it's gonna have a data attribute. So in our case it's gonna be recently played, because that's where our data is stored, right in the state. And the next is gonna be the render item method. In this case I'm gonna pass in render item itself. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna pass in is we want it to come in 2 columns, correct? So I'm gonna pass in an attribute that is number of columns. It's gonna be 2. All right, so the next is column wrapper style. I'm gonna say justify content of space between. That's it. So now let's define our render item over here at the top. Okay, so I'm gonna say const render item. Okay, so this is gonna get in the item from the flat list. Okay, in my case I'm gonna return. Okay, so here I've made use of explicit return, that is with the help of braces. Then in that case you have to write the return statement. If you would have made use of parentheses, then it would have automatically worked without the use of return statement. Okay, so inside the return block I'm going to create a pressable like this, and the pressable is going to contain 2 things, an image and a view. So it's going to be pretty similar, towards the left image and towards the right the text. So image, and after that we have is the view. Okay, so inside the view I'm going to pass in the text. Okay, so to access the title, that is the name of the track, if you can check over here. So inside the first object we're going to go over here. So there is something called as a track object. So inside the track, to get the name, it's going to be item.track.name, right? So over here I'm going to say item.track.name. Now for the image I'm going to give the source first. I'm going to give it a URI. Okay, so to access the image I'm going to say item. Of course we're going to come into the track, item.track. We're going to go into the album object. So item.track.album.images. Images is an array. Let's say I just want the first image, so I'm going to say item.track.album.images of 0. We have come into the first one .url. Okay, so that's the way we access the image. So I'm going to say item.track.album.images. I just want the first image always, so images of 0.url. Okay, so now let's give the style for the image. Okay, so let's give the same style, that is a width of 55 and a height of 55. So I'm going to say height of 55 and a width of 55. All right, so after that is we're going to give the style for the text over here. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 13, the same style we gave to the above texts, and it's going to have a font weight of bold. Okay, and after that we're going to give a color of white like this. All right, and after that we're going to give the style for the outermost container, that is for the pressable. I'm going to say style. It's going to have a flex of 1, a flex direction of row, and then a justify content of space between, and I'm going to give it a margin horizontal as well, a margin horizontal of 10 and margin vertical of 8, and it's going to have the same background color that we gave for the previous design, that is 282828. It's going to have a border radius of 4 and elevation of 3. So that is the style for this part, that is the outermost pressable. Okay, then we're going to give the style for the view that is going to contain the text. Okay, so over here I'm going to give the style. It's just going to have a flex of 1 and a bit of margin horizontal as well of 8, and I'm going to say justify content of center. So now if I save the file, you should be seeing the songs in 2 columns. So save the file. As you can see, these are my last played songs. Okay, so now we're going to give one more piece of text, one more piece of styling for the text. So currently everything is jumbled over here inside this view. So I'm just going to say number of lines is going to be 1, or we can go to 2. Yep, I think 2 looks better. Okay, so we can prevent that from happening. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it. I think that's looking better. Okay, where is that design? Okay, so yes, so the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna fetch the top artists as well as the recently played in a bigger version, right? So firstly, let's define again another function to fetch the top artists of that particular user. Okay, we can do that, I think, just after the render item over here. So I'm going to initialize my use effect over here to fetch the top artist of the user. Okay, I'm going to provide empty dependency array again, and inside the use effect I'm going to initiate my function. Okay, so I'm going to say const get top items equals to a async function. Okay, so over here again I'm going to initiate my try catch block. So I'm going to say try and then catch of the error. If there is any error, show me down in the console. I'm going to say error dot message. Okay, so inside the try block, first step is to access a token. So copy this out and paste it over here. All right, and we're going to say if there is no access token, you can pretty much give a console.log. Actually, you need to navigate to the login screen. You can even do that. So for now I'm just going to say access token not found, then just return from this. Okay, so it's not going to get executed after this. So if at all we have the access token, then I'm going to say firstly, so this is going to take in a type, and we are looking for artists. So I'm going to say type is going to be artists. Okay, and the const response is going to say await axios dot get. Okay, so this is going to take in basically the URL. I'm going to say https api.spotify.com/p1/me/top. Over here it's going to take in the type. Okay, so you can even pass in the tracks depending upon whatever you want. Okay, so we want artists, so the type is going to be artists in our case. Okay, so after that we're going to pass in the headers. Okay, you can just copy that out from here and paste it over here. Okay, so that's it. So after that I'm going to say firstly let's initialize our state to hold the top artists, correct? So I'm going to say const top artists comma set top artists equals to use state, and again we're going to provide empty array at the initial state. Okay, so after we get the response, what I'm going to do is over here I'm going to say set the top artists to be the response dot data dot items. You can pretty much console.log the response and it's going to be the same thing to get the tracks. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to call the function over here, that is get top items. Okay, so now let's try to console.log the top artists. Okay, I'm going to do that over here. I'm going to say top artists like this. So let's give it a try. Hopefully we get the correct results. Do we have error? Oh yes, we have error. A request failed with status code 404. Okay, let's see where we have gone wrong. Okay, so let's check out the function over here where we have written the API. Okay, my bad, because you have not closed that correctly. Okay, forgot to put a slash over here. Now we're gonna save the file, and there you go. This is my top artist result. So let's see this in the browser. Okay, let's save it one more time, and there you go. So this is my top artist. It's giving me 20 results. Okay, so this is my first artist. So this is the name of the artist, and we have the images of the artist as well as the followers, the genres, the ID as well, and the popularity. So we're going to make use of this information and then design this part, this one. Okay, so firstly what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize my text field right after the flat list. Okay, that's going to come over here. I'm going to say text, which is going to say your top artists, right? So let's give the style for the text. It's going to have a color of white and a font size of 19 and a font weight of bold and a bit of margin horizontal of, let's say, 10, not 20, 10, and we're going to give it a margin top of 10. Okay, save the file. Yes, I think that's looking better. So now after that we're going to initialize our scroll view. Okay, so I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native like this. So inside the scroll view I'm going to map over my top artist since it is an array. Okay, so I'm going to say top artists dot map. So for each and every item and the index, I'm going to return a new component that's going to be artist card. So firstly let's create a component over here. I'm going to say artist card dot js rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file, and over here I'm going to import the component that is artist card. Okay, and to the artist card I'm going to pass in some information, that is the item itself of each user, of each top artist, and the key is going to be index. Okay, so the next step is we're going to pretty much style out our artist card. So save the file, and over here inside the scroll view I'm going to say horizontal, and show horizontal scroll indicator I'm going to set it to be false. Okay, so now we are gonna pretty much go into the artist card and receive the props, destructure it, and the first thing inside the view is gonna be the image. So I'm gonna say image, import that from React Native, and the image is gonna contain the source and the URI. Okay, so now to access the images, so as you can see, item dot come into the images array, and since it's an array, I just want the first image, so item dot images of 0 dot URL. So that's going to be the URL. So I'm going to say item dot images of 0 dot URL. So let's give the style for the image so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a width of 130 and a height of 130 and a border radius of 5, like this, and save the file. So as you can see, these are my top artists. Okay, so after this we're gonna pretty much style the next part, that is the text attribute. So after the image, I'm gonna say text. So to access the name of the artist, it's gonna be item.name, right? That's it. So I'm gonna say item.name, and hopefully we should be seeing the name. Yes, it's in black color. So we're gonna give the style for the name. I'm gonna say style, a font size of 13, a font weight of 500, and it's gonna have a color of white and a margin top of 10. Okay, I think that's looking better. Alright, so now as you can see, all of the images are stuck to one another. So now we're gonna give that a bit of spacing. I'm gonna say style, give it a margin of 10. Alright, so there you go. I think that's looking better. Okay, so after that, the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna show the recently played. So firstly, let's come back to our home screen. So after the scroll view, I'm gonna initialize my view. This is gonna be a self-enclosing tag, and I'm gonna give a height to this. So this is gonna have a height of 20. Okay, so after that, I'm gonna initialize my text. Just copy this out and paste it over here. So instead of this, it's gonna be it's just gonna be recently played. Okay, save the file. Let's decrease the height to be 10. Okay, all right, so after that we're gonna have again a flat list over here. We're gonna say flat list. Okay, so this is gonna have the data. So we have already calculated the recently played. It is stored inside of the array. So I'm just gonna say recently played. Okay, so over here I need the render item. So this is going to take in the item itself, and over here also we are going to return a new card. So I'm going to say recently played card .js or nfes. Save the file over here. Let's say recently played card. Import that from the components folder. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in basically the item. So the item is going to be, okay, I think we have a bracket error. It's going to be recently played. So the item is going to be the item itself, and the key is going to be the index. Okay, let's get the index from over here. Okay, that's it. So now let's go define our recently played cards. Okay, along with this, I'm gonna say I want it to be horizontal and show horizontal scroll indicator. I just want it to be false. All right, so now we're gonna go into the recently played card component, and we're gonna start styling this out. So over here, let's access the prop, that is item, by destructuring it. So the first thing over here is I want it to be a pressable instead of a normal view. So import pressable from React Native, and I'm gonna use this instead of a normal view. Okay, and inside the pressable, the first thing is again the image. Okay, so firstly I'm gonna provide the source. So the URI is gonna be item.track.album. We've already done this. Images of 0.uri. Okay, so we're going to give the style for this. I'm going to say style. It's going to have pretty much the same width and height, a width of 130 and a height of 130 as well. Okay, and it's going to have a border radius of 5. Okay, so after the image we have is the text attribute. So we're going to say text. So this is going to be item.track.name. So let me save the file, import image first. Okay, nope, we're not able to see anything. Why is that? Let's come back to the home screen and let's console.log of recently played over here. Save the file and we are getting 4 items. That's correct. So item.track.name and item.track.images. Okay, item.track.album.images of 0. Yes, we have written that, but still it's giving the wrong one. Okay, it should be URL, right? Not URI. There you go. That's the mistake which we've made. So yeah, that is working fine. So for the pressable, we're going to give again the same piece of styling, that is a margin of 10, some external spacing. Okay, so now for the style of the text, it's going to be the same thing that we gave to the artist card. All right, or is it bigger enough? Not sure. Let's check that out. Oh no, it is the same thing. Okay, so if at all the song name is greater than 120, I'm just going to give it a number of lines over here. For the text attribute, I'm going to say number of lines is going to be 1, like this. Okay, so that's it. So that's the design of the home screen. Okay, we have pretty much shown the like songs design and the recently played with the help of the flat list, and the user profile details with the good morning, good evening, good afternoon message, and pretty much these 2 components, that is the top artists as well as the recently played. So the next step is we're gonna go into the like songs and we're gonna display the like songs of that particular user. So for that we need access to the like song screen. So let's create a new screen inside our screens folder. I'm gonna say liked songs screen.js. okay, RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. So again we're gonna include this like song screen inside of our stack navigator. So over here I'm gonna say stack.screen. so the name is gonna be liked, the component is gonna be liked songs screen. Okay, and over here options, I'm gonna say header shown as false. Save the file, and now let's come back to our home screen and let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, so if at all we press on this button, that is a like songs pressable, we're gonna go into the liked song screen. So that's gonna come over here. This one we're gonna initiate the on press event over here. So on press, I'm gonna say navigation dot navigate. Okay, so here we need to pass the name of the screen. So inside the stack navigator, the name of the screen we gave was liked. So over here I'm gonna say navigation dot navigate to the liked screen. Okay, save the file. So let's give that a try, and there you go, we are coming correctly to the liked screen. So the next step is we're gonna style out the liked screen and show all of the songs of the user, and then we will handle how to play the music and all of that stuff. Okay, let's first change the background color of the liked song screen. Okay, so for that again I'm going to make use of the linear gradient. So let's do that. So inside the return block, I'm going to say linear gradient. Okay, and let's put this over here, and the linear gradient is going to take in a bunch of colors. So I'm going to say colors. Okay, so the first color is going to be this color code, that is 614385, and the second one is going to be 516395. okay, and we're going to give the style for this. I'm going to say a flex of 1. Okay, so save the file, and there you go, that's looking better. So now after that, inside over here, I'm going to initialize a scroll view. Okay, import that from React Native like this, and inside the scroll view, I'm going to give the style for scroll view. I'm going to say a flex of 1, and then I'm going to give it a margin top of 50. All right, so now the first thing inside the scroll view is, it's going to be this button, that is the back button. So let's write that out. So over here, firstly, I'm going to say pressable. So this in turn is going to contain the icon. So let's get the icon. So search for back, and we're going to choose this one. Okay, so import iron icons first, and copy that into component code, and we're going to paste it over here. So the color for this is going to be white. Okay, save the file. Okay, that's good, and we're going to give the style for this, that is a bit of margin horizontal of 10. Okay, and let's give the margin top to be 50. Okay, so after that, if at all you press on the back button, we need to go back. Okay, so that for that I'm going to initialize my navigation first. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and over here I'm going to initialize on press event. So I'm just going to say navigation dot go back like this. Okay, so that's it for the icon part. So after that, we have is the search bar and the sort functionality method. Okay, so I'm gonna say over here, after the pressable, I'm gonna say one more pressable. So this in turn is gonna have two pressables. So the first pressable is for the search bar, and the second one is for sort. Okay, so for the for the first pressable, let me initialize the icon, that is gonna be search icon. So let us firstly get the search icon from over here. So search icon, let's choose this one. Import the and design family first over here, and copy that into component code as such, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, and after that we have is the text input. So import the text input from React Native, and this text input is going to have the value first. Okay, we're going to initialize the state in just a bit, and after value we're going to give the on change method as well, and after that we have the placeholder, which is going to say find in liked songs. Okay, so now let's initialize a state to hold whatever the user is typing inside of the text input field. So for that I'm going to say const input comma set input equals to use state. I'm going to pass in empty string at the initial state. Okay, so over here the value is going to be input, and it's going to have a method known as the onChange text, which is going to take in the text that is being typed, and we're just going to set the input to be whatever the text that is being typed. Correct, so save the file. The use state doesn't exist, so let's import use state from React. Okay, so as you can see, our token has been expired. Correct, so for that reason we are seeing the login screen. So let's again go and log in and generate a new token. Okay, so let's go over here, and there you go, that's looking better. Okay, so now let's start designing the pressable first, that is over here, the first pressable. So I'm going to say style. So I'm going to give this a flex direction of row align items of center. Okay. And I'm going to give it a gap of 10 as well, and I'm going to give it a different background color with this color code, that is 42275A. okay, and I'm going to give some internal spacing, that is padding of 9 and a flex of 1 and a slight border radius as well, so border radius of 3, and I'm going to give it a specific width of 38. okay, so this is the styling for the pressable, which is going to contain the icon as well as the text input. So save the file, and there you go. That's looking better. So now for the text input, I'm going to say placeholder text color, it's going to be white. All right, and even the color of this is going to be white, so let's make that change. So for the icon, it's going to be white. Okay, so now after that we have is the next pressable over here. okay, so this basically is going to contain our button, that is a sort button. So firstly I'm going to say text over here, which is going to say sort, and I'm going to give the styling for the pressable. So it's going to have a margin horizontal of 10, and I'm going to give the same background color I gave to the previous one, like this. okay, and after that some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, a border radius of 3, and again a same height of 38. okay, so save the file. So now if you're going to give the style for the outer pressable that contains these two pressables, so over here I'm going to say style. Firstly I'm going to give it a margin horizontal of 10 and a flex direction of row, align items of center, okay, and justify content of space between. okay, space between. okay, and let's also give a bit of margin top to it, so let's say margin top of 9, and save the file. okay, I think that's looking better. So let's decrease the size of the icon to be 20. okay, yep, I think that's looking nice. So after that, so for the text of for this text that is going to contain sort, I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a color of white. okay, there you go. Yep, I think that's looking better. So now after that we're going to look into the next part of the styling, that is going to be this thing. okay, I think let's give a font weight of 600 or 500 to the to this text, that is a placeholder text. So I'm going to say style, a font weight of 500. okay, yes, I think that's looking better. So now we're gonna pretty much show up this details, that is a liked songs and how many ever liked songs that is present. okay, so right after the pressable I'm gonna make use of a self-closing view, and I'm gonna give this a specific height of, let's say, 50. so I'm gonna say height of 50. okay, so after this I'm gonna initialize my view. okay, so inside this view we're gonna have the text, so this is gonna say liked songs, and after this text we're gonna have the second piece of text, which is gonna say the number of songs. okay, so currently I'm gonna hard code the value, so there are currently 430 liked songs in my Spotify app, so I'm just gonna say 430 songs, but while fetching we're just gonna fetch 50 songs. okay, so I'm gonna say 430 songs and save the file. okay, that's looking better. So now we're going to give the style for this. So firstly for the view I'm going to give it a bit of margin horizontal so that it comes to the correct place. okay, there you go, that's looking fine. And for the text I'm going to say style. I'm going to give a font size of 18 and a font weight of bold. okay, and let's say it's going to have a color of white. Yep, that's looking nice. So I'm going to give the style for the second text as well. So I'm going to say color of white, font size of 13 or 15, 13 is good, and I'm going to give it a bit of margin top also. Yes, I think that's looking better. Okay, so now after this part we're gonna show the icons, that is the left icon, and towards the right we have two more icons. Okay, so for that reason I'm gonna initialize a pressable over here. So this pressable is gonna contain one more pressable. So this is gonna contain the icon. Okay, so let's get the icon. So over here, search for arrow down icon. That is okay. Yeah, I think we can use this one from Ant Design. Where did that go? Let's search for arrow down. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna choose, let's say, this one from feather. Okay, but yeah, I think it is not exactly equal to that, but yeah, hopefully, yeah, we're gonna choose this and we're gonna paste it over here. First import the icon family, and then after that copy the render component code, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, save the file, and let's try to give this a color of green once, and let's see how it looks. Okay, nope, that's not the one which we require, because we need to have the background color being applied to the entire one. So I'm gonna say arrow down. Yep, I think we're gonna choose this one. Okay, from Ant Design, and then we're gonna give it a different color. So Ant Design is already imported, so render component code, copy that out and paste it over here. Okay, now we're gonna give the style for the pressable over here. So I'm gonna say style. I want it to have a width of 30, a height of 30, and border radius of 15 to make it look circular like this. And it's gonna have a background color of this color code, that is a 1D 8954. Okay, and we're also gonna say justify content of center and align items of center. Okay, so save the file. Yes, I think that's looking better. Let's decrease the size to be 20, and the icon color is gonna be white. Okay, now after that we have is the next set of icons. That's gonna be this one and the player icon. Okay, so let's format once like this. Okay, so let's get that icon. Okay, so copy that, firstly the icon family, and copy the render component code, and after the pressable over here I'm going to initialize my view and paste in the icon. Okay, so save the file. All right, and after that I want the play icon, so I'm going to say copy this one from ntypo and copy the render component code as well. We're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so this should be inside a pressable actually, because we're gonna give the style for the pressable. Okay, copy that out. All right, so yeah, as you can see, that's being visible. So over here I'm gonna give the style for the pressable. So I'm gonna say width of 70, height of 70, and I wanted to have a border radius of 35. Okay, and yeah, the background color is going to be this one itself. So put that over here and save the file, and we're going to say justify content of center and align items of center. So justify content of center and align items of center as well. Okay, so let's decrease the width and height. Let's keep it to be 60, and this is gonna be 30 then. Okay, so yeah, I think 60 looks good. So for this view I'm gonna give the style. So firstly I'm gonna say a flex direction of row, and align items of center, align item center, and I'm gonna give a gap of 10 like this. Now for the outermost view, that is this pressable, I'm gonna say style, flex direction of row, align items of center, okay, and justify content of space between. Okay, I think that's looking better, right? So I think there is a change in the color. Okay, I've not copied down the correct code for the color because it is not light green, right? So let me just look into the code once. Okay, so this is going to be the color code instead of the previous one. Okay, so now the color is looking better. So I'm going to make the same change for this one as well. Okay, there you go. So now I'm going to give a bit of margin horizontal to this of, let's say, 10, and save the file. So this color is going to be white, and we're going to give the same piece of color to this icon like this. Okay, so now after that we're going to show all of the liked songs. So for that we need to fetch the like songs with the help of the request, correct? So over here I'm going to initialize my function. I'm going to say const or it's going to be async function. I'm going to say async function get saved tracks. Okay, so over here firstly of course we need to access the access token. So copy this code and paste it over here, import async storage first. Okay, after doing this I'm going to say const response equals to await fetch, and the URL for this is going to be https api.spotify.com/v1/me, and then slash go into the tracks, and over here I'm going to provide something called as offset equals to 0. Okay, and we're going to provide the limit. So in our case I just want the first 50 songs of my liked songs list, so I'm going to pass the limit as 50. Okay, so after that I'm going to pass in my headers. So it's going to be the same thing, so just write down headers as this value. Okay, and along with the headers I'm going to pass something called as the params. Over here I'm going to say limit is going to be 50. Okay, so this is the call we're going to make to get the first 50 songs in our liked songs list. So over here I'm going to say if not of response dot okay, then in that case I'm going to say throw new error with this message which says failed to fetch the tracks. Okay, else if we do not get any error I'm going to say const data equals to await response dot firstly convert it into JSON form. Okay, and now I'm going to initialize my state to hold the tracks. Okay, so I'm going to say const saved tracks comma set saved tracks equals to use state, and at the initial state I'm going to pass in an empty array. Okay, use state is already imported. So after getting the data I'm just going to say set the saved tracks over here to be the data dot items. Okay, you can pretty much console.log the response and you can check it out how we are getting the data dot items. Okay, so hopefully let's console.log our saved tracks over here. So I'm going to say console.log save tracks, and let's call this function inside of a use effect. So I'm going to say use effect like this. So inside the use effect I'm going to call the function, right? Let's import use effect from React and let's remove this out. Okay, so over here I'm going to call this function, that is get saved tracks like this. Okay, so hopefully we should be seeing the correct results. So yeah, let's save the file. And there you go. These are all of my liked songs. Okay, so let's see this in the DevTools. All right, let's save the file one more time. And there you go. We have got the 50 songs from my liked songs list. Okay, so to check out, this is my first song, this is my second song, and similarly we have till 49. Okay, so again, it's going to be same thing. Every detail is stored inside of the track object. We have the albums, we have the artists, we have the song name, the popularity, the preview URL, and all such other details. Okay, so with the help of these details, let's design the like screens, okay, to look like this one. Okay, so yeah, so over here to design, I'm going to make use of a flat list basically, right? So this is going to come right after the pressable, that is this one. So I'm going to say flat list, import that from React Native, and the data in this case is going to be the save tracks, which is stored inside of state, correct? So data is going to be save tracks, and now I'm going to create a new component for each song. Okay, so the component is going to be song item. So I'm going to say song item.js, rnf to get the shorthand snippet, save the file. So over here, I'm going to say render item. So this in turn is going to take in the item from the data. Okay, so for every item, I want to render a whole new component, that is the song item itself. Okay, so for the song item, I'm going to pass in the item itself, that is all of the information that it's holding, and I'm going to save the file. Okay, so as you can see, there are 50 songs. Okay, because for each song it's going to render the song item component, and inside the song item component we just have a single text, so for that reason it's showing the text 50 times. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, firstly for the flat list, I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator and set it to be false. Okay, so now let's start designing our song item. Okay, so let's come back to the song item component. Firstly, receive the props so that we can, so firstly we destructure it, and with the help of this we're going to design our light screens to look like this. So firstly, I'm going to initialize a pressable instead of a normal view. So pressable over here, so I'm going to say pressable over here as well. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to write is the image. So I'm going to say image. So it's going to have the source, which in turn it's going to take in the URI as well. So in our case, it's going to be item.track dot album dot images. I just want the first image always dot URL. Okay, so let's import our image from React Native like this, and now let's give the style for the image so that we can start seeing it on the screen. So I'm going to say style. So firstly, we're going to give it a width and height. So width, I'm going to give it 50 and a height of 50 as well, and I'm going to give it a margin right of 10. So let's save the file, and as you can see, we are able to see all of the images of my liked songs. Okay, that's looking better. So now we're gonna go to the second part, that is after the image we're gonna initialize a view. So I'm gonna say view. So this in turn is gonna contain two pieces of text, that is the song name and the author name. Okay, so I'm gonna say text. So to get the song name, it's gonna be item.track.name. We have already done this. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now below this we have one more thing, that is the artists. Okay, so to get the artist's name, okay, let's open that up. Okay, so here it's going to be item.track. Again, artist is an array, so item.track.artists of 0.1. Okay, a song can have more than one artist, or it can have a single artist, but we're just going to show the first artist that is present inside of this array. Okay, so for that I'm going to say item.track.artists of 0 dot name, and there you go, that's looking better. So now next thing is I'm going to give the style for the outermost pressable that's containing the image as well as this view. Okay, so I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm also going to give it some padding, that is some internal spacing. Okay, there you go, that's looking fine now. So now I'm going to start styling out the texts. Okay, so firstly over here inside the text I'm going to say style. So this is going to have a font weight of bold, and it's going to have a font size of 16. 16 looks huge, let's give it 14, and the color is going to be white. Okay, so as you can see, for some of the songs it's taking up a lot of space and coming to the second line as well, correct? So to prevent that from happening, I'm going to give a prop over here which is going to say number of lines is going to be 1. Okay, that's it. And apart from that, we can actually give the width. Let's look into that afterwards. Now let's style the next part of the text, that is the author name. So I'm going to give it a bit of margin top of, let's say, 4, and the color is going to be white. Okay, is it white over here? Let's look into that. Oh nope, it's not white, it is going to have a different color. Okay, let's give it this color code 989898. Yep, I think that's looking better. Okay, so now after that, so firstly towards the right we have again 2 icons, that is the heart icon as well as the 3 dots icon, correct? So we're going to display that right after the view. Okay, over here, so we're going to say view. So this in turn is going to have 2 icons, that is the heart icon and the dots icon. So I'm going to say heart. So we're going to choose this one from and design. Okay, import and design first, copy the render component code over here, and let's similarly get the next icon also, this one, and copy the render component code and paste it over here. Okay, so save the file. Yes, that's looking better. So now for the view, I'm going to give the style over here. So firstly I'm going to say style. Of course it's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 7 between these 2 icons. Okay, and I'm going to also give a margin horizontal of 10. Okay, I think we should remove align items center, or let's remove that and check how it is looking. Yeah, I think for this we need to give it. Okay, so after this part we're going to give the style to this view. Okay, so now currently everything is stacked up towards the leftmost side. So now what I want to do is I want to give this particular view, which contains the 2 text, a maximum space. So to do that, I'm just going to say style over here, and I'm going to give it a flex of 1. So it takes up the maximum space and it pushes the icon towards the rightmost part. And there you go. That's looking better. And we also have the space handled perfectly fine. Okay, so now after that, we're going to give the color to the icon. Okay, so we're going to give the same color that we gave inside of our liked songs screen, that is this one. So let's do that over here. So for the second one is going to be gray, I guess. Okay, this one, let's give it a different color. Let's say C0, C0, C0. Yes, I think that's looking better. Okay, so that's it about the design of the liked song screen. Okay, so pretty much we have top 50 songs of your recently added liked songs list in the app. Okay, so the next part after initializing all of the liked songs is, if at all we press on the play button over here. Okay, so we need to show the current playing song at the bottom part of the screen, and if at all any current song is playing, let's say the first song is playing, then the song color should be a green color instead of white. Okay, and if we press on the bottom design, we need to show up a modal, and show the details of the song. Okay, so we'll look into that in just a bit. Okay, so firstly, let's come back to our liked song screen, and we're going to initiate a on press event on this particular play button. So that is going to come over here. So I'm going to say on press, we're going to say play track. So of course, if I press on this, the track should start playing from the first track. Okay, so let's define the play track right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const play track equals to async. Okay, so here we'll define how exactly we need to implement this particular functionality. So firstly, to play the music inside our app, we'll be making use of something called as Expo App. Okay, that is a package. So firstly, let's go and install that package. Okay, so let's head over to Chrome and search for Expo App, and we're going to go to the first documentation of the from Expo. Okay, and we're going to install this using this piece of code. So I'm going to come over here, I'm going to paste that code over here. Okay, so we're going to install Expo App to play music in our app. Okay, that has been installed. You can check that in the package JSON. Okay, as you can see. So now the next step is we're gonna try and access the current track that is being played. That is, if I press on this button, we should automatically play the first song, that is this one. Okay, so to do that, firstly I'm going to create a global state, that is the context, so that we can access which current track is being played. Okay, so I'm going to save the file, open up the file tree, and I'm going to create a new context known as the player context.js. Okay, so here I'm going to write the code for the context. So firstly I'm going to say import create context from React as well as use state from React. Okay, here I'm going to initialize, that is const player equals to initialize the create context method. Over here I'm going to define my player context. So player context is equal to a basic arrow function. This is going to take in the children. Okay, here we're going to return something called as the provider. So I'm going to say return the player dot provider player dot provider. Okay, and the provider is going to take in all of the children like this. Okay, so save the file. So now we are going to initialize our state over here inside the context. So I'm going to say const current track comma set current track equals to use state, and the initial state when the app loads there are no tracks playing, so it's going to be null. Okay, so this provider is going to take in something called as the value. Okay, so the value is pretty much going to be the current track as well as the set current track. Okay, so with the help of this we can access this value, that is current track and set current track, in any part of our application. Okay, so the next step is I'm going to say export the player as well as the player context like this and save the file. Okay, that's it. So now for everything to work, we need to include the context inside our main app.js. So I'm going to say import the player context from the context file and put the navigation inside of it. Okay, so this should work. So save the file. Yeah, so over here let's come back to our liked songs screen. Okay, so now inside the play track function, that is if at all I press on this play button, we should start playing the first song, right? So firstly I'm going to check the condition. I'm going to say if at all the save tracks.length, if it is greater than 0, that is if at all we have any save tracks present, then in that case I'm going to say set the current So firstly, let's access that with the help of the use context hook. So firstly, to access these values, that is whatever we have defined inside of our context, that is the current track as well as the set current track, we're going to pretty much destructure the values first. So I'm going to say const current track and set current track equals to use context hook. Okay, let's import this from React over here like this, and we need to pass the context with which we have created. That's going to be player. So let's import that as well from the context file. Okay, so save the file. Okay, so if at all the saved tracks.length is greater than 0, then I'm going to say set the current track to be saved tracks of 0. Okay, so we are pretty much setting this first song into our current track, that is this one. Okay, so after that I'm just going to say await play of the saved tracks of 0. Okay, so firstly we're going to set the track. After setting the track, we have to play the music. Okay, so not play track, it's going to be await play. Okay, so the next step is we're going to define the play function in just a bit, not now. So I'm going to say const play equals to, again it's going to be a async function. Okay, so now we're gonna pretty much design the bottom part, that is if at all any current track is selected, then in that case we're gonna show the bottom design. Okay, that's gonna come right after the linear gradient. So firstly, let's make use of fragments over here. Okay, so this is gonna come right after the linear gradient, that is over here. Okay, so over here I'm gonna apply the condition, that is if at all there is any current track selected, then only I'm gonna show this pressable. Okay, so pressable is already imported. Okay, so inside the pressable I'm gonna produce my first view, that is this one. So this in turn is gonna contain the image. Okay, so let's firstly console.log the current track over here. Okay, so currently there is no track selected. Okay, so over here for the image we are going to give the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. So URI is going to be current track dot track dot albums dot images of 0 dot URL. So if you would remember in the previous part, we used to write item.track.albums, right? So now we have we are working with the current track and we have the current track selected. Okay, so we are going to say current track.track.albums.images of 0 dot URL. Okay, so let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style. So the width is going to be, let's say 40, and the height is also going to be 40 in this case. Okay, so save the file. So currently nothing is going to happen because no track is selected yet. Okay, so now after the image I'm gonna show my second view, I mean not the view, the text attribute. So this text attribute is going to contain basically the name of the song as well as the author of the song, that is the creator of the song. So to access the name, previously we were doing item.track.name. So since we have access to the current track which is selected, I'm going to say current track.track.name. Okay, and after that I'm going to put a dot, and here I'm going to say current track. This is to access the artist's name. So it's going to be current track.track.artists of 0 dot name. Okay, so that's it about the first part of the view. Okay, so after this we have is the second view. Okay, so this is going to contain basically the icon. Firstly we're going to show the heart icon. So let's get the heart icon over here from the Expo icons. So I'm going to use it from and design. So copy the icon family first. and design is already imported. So just copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so after this we have is one more piece of design that is for the play and pause button, right? So we're gonna say pressable. Okay, so this is currently gonna have just one button, that is, let's say, a pause or play button. So I'm just gonna say pause circle, this one. Okay, anyway, and design is already imported, so I'm gonna just paste it over here. All right, so save the file. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna press on any one of the, we're gonna press on this button so that we can start seeing this design. Okay, so first let's give the background or the styling for the auto pressable, that is this container. So I'm gonna say style. So this is gonna have a background color of, let's say, any blue shade or green shade itself. So I'm just gonna copy any random background color, let's say this one. For now we're just gonna do this. As and when the song changes, we're gonna change the background color dynamically. Okay, so this is the background color I've given, and after that I'm gonna give this a specific width, let's say 90%. Okay, we're gonna give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and I'm gonna say a margin left of auto as well as margin right of auto, so that it comes to the center part, and I'm gonna give it a margin bottom of 15 like this, and I'm gonna give it a position of absolute. Okay, and a slight border radius for the outer container of, let's say, 6, and I'm gonna give it a left value of 20 and a bottom value of 10. Okay, along with it I'm just gonna give a justify content of space between. Okay, and we also need to give a flex direction of row because it contains two children. This is going to contain the image and the names, and this is going to contain the icons. Okay, so after this I'm going to say flex direction of row and align items of center. So hopefully this should work. Let's also give some gap of 10 between the two children. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it about the bottom part design. So let's see how exactly it looks. So now I'm going to press on this button, that is the play button. So we have an on press event initialized to it, that is play track. So this goes to the play track over here. So we're going to check the condition, that is if the save tracks.length is greater than 0. Of course it is greater than 0 because we have 50 songs. So we are setting the current track to be the first track, that is this song. Okay, so let's give that a try. So as soon as current track is set, this is going to work, that is this one, and we're going to show the bottom design. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, we have the bottom design being shown. Okay, so currently the image is not being shown. Let's see why that is happening. Okay, so this is going to be just album. Save the file. As you can see, we are able to see the image over here. Okay, that's looking great. So now we're going to give the style for this particular view. I'm going to say style. It's going to be a flex direction of row and then align items of center, and let's say a gap of 10. Okay, that's looking better. So we're going to give a property over here. I'm just going to say number of lines is going to be 1, that is for the text. Okay, so that it doesn't overflow, and we're going to give it a specific width as well. So over here I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a font size of 13 and a width of, let's say, 220, and it's going to have a color of white and a font weight of bold. Okay, that's looking better. So now for the image, I think that's looking better as well. So we're going to style this part. So style, here I'm going to say a flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of, let's say, 5. Okay, or 8. Yes, that's looking good. So now we're going to give the heart a different icon, a different color. Let's say this green color, and I'm going to paste it over here, that is this one, and this is going to be white in color. Okay, we have the same color for both of them, so that's the reason we're not able to see it. Okay, so let's choose any different background color for this. Over here I'm going to choose a blue shade of CSS. Okay, so let's choose, let's say, this one, and this one I'm going to give it for the outer background color, that is in place of green I'm going to paste this. Okay, that's looking better. So now what we're going to do is, if at all you press on this, we need to open up a modal and show all of the song details. Okay, so to do that we're going to install a dependency known as a React Native modals. Okay, so I'm going to say yarn add React Native modals. Okay, so with the help of this dependency we're going to show up the modal and implement this functionality. Okay, so now after installing the dependency, that is Expo AV, we're going to look into the design of the bottom modal. Okay, so that is, if you press on this particular design, we need to show a modal with the song details, that is the current song that is selected. Okay, so we're going to design that right after the current track. Okay, we're going to design it over here. So I'm just going to say bottom modal, import that from React Native modals. Okay, so the bottom modal is going to take some properties, right? So firstly we're going to initiate the state whether the modal is open or closed. So to do that I'm going to say const modal visible comma set modal visible equals to use state, and in the initial state I'm going to say false. Okay, so now I'm going to provide some options to the bottom modal. I'm going to say visible is going to be modal visible. So currently it's false, so it's not going to be visible. And I'm going to say on backdrop press or on hardware back press. We're going to say set modal visible to be false. Okay, then we're going to provide the swipe direction. So I'm going to say swipe direction. It's going to be basically an array of directions. So we're going to pass in up and then down. Then we're going to pass in the swipe threshold value. It's going to be 200. Okay, so now inside the bottom modal we're going to provide the modal content. So import that from React Native modals like this. Okay, bottom modal as well as modal content. So yeah, so now we're going to give the style for the modal content first. I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a height of 100% because we wanted to take the entire screen, and a width of 100% as well. And we're going to give the background color, that is it's going to contain the same background color as this one. So let's check that out over here. So this is the background color we gave for the bottom design. So copy that piece of code and paste it over here. Okay, save the file. So now inside the modal, okay, so since I saved the file, this is going to work. Okay, so firstly let's come back into the app.js. So for this to work we need to make use of something called as the modal portal. Okay, so let's import modal portal from the React Native modals. Okay, save the file. So let's log in once. All right, so now it's working better. Okay, so for the React Native modals to work, you need to include this inside your main app.js. All right, so now let's come back to the liked songs. So over here inside the modal content, I'm going to initialize my first view. Okay, so this is going to have the style. I'm going to say I want a height of 100% and a width of 100% as well. Okay, so inside this I'm gonna initiate my pressable. So this pressable in turn is gonna have three things, that is the icon towards the left and the song name towards the center, and towards the right we have one more icon. So firstly, this is gonna be the drop down icon. So let's get that icon real quick. So I'm just gonna say down. It's gonna be this one, the down icon from and design. So I think and design is already imported. So just copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. This is gonna have a color of white. And after this, we are gonna show the song name. Okay, so since the current track is already selected, we are gonna say current track dot name. Okay, so after this, towards the right, we have one more icon, that is the 3 dots icon. So let's get that as well. So dot, let's choose this one, and typo has already been selected, so we're gonna paste it right after the text. So now let's give the style for the pressable. So I'm gonna say style. Okay, so this is gonna have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, so I think this basic design is enough to look into the modal. Okay, so let's check how exactly it is looking. Okay, so firstly, let's press on the play button. As you can see, the first song is selected. Now if I press on this, so to do that, I'm gonna initiate an on press event on this. I'm gonna say on press. It's gonna be set modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. Okay, so if it is true, it's going to be false. If it is false, it's going to be true. So currently we have the false state. So if I press on this, it's going to become true, and this is going to work. So modal visible. So it should pretty much show us the selected song name and the icons as well. So let's give that a try. Okay, nothing is happening. So let's see where we have gone wrong. Okay, so we need to put the modal portal just below the navigation. So for that reason, it was not opening up because we had put it just above the navigation part. So hopefully now it should work. So let's give that a try. So inside the liked song screen, I'm gonna press on this UI. Okay, and as you can see, we are seeing the correct modal being open. Okay, so now the next thing we're gonna look into is we're gonna start styling this up. So firstly, over here, I'm gonna give it a margin top of 40. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see the song, the icon, as well as the right icon. So this also is going to be white in color. We're going to give the styling for the song. Okay, so I'm going to say a font size of, let's say, 13, and a font weight of bold, and I'm going to give it a color of white. Okay, or let's increase the font size to be 14. Yeah, I think 14 looks good. Okay, so the next thing we'll be showing is pretty much the image that's gonna come over here after the pressable. So I'm gonna say image. So this is gonna take in the source, which in turn is gonna take in the URI. So in this case, it's gonna be current track dot album dot images of 0 dot URL. Okay, so that's the URI for the image. So let's give the style for this, that is basically the width and height. So I want the width to be 100%. Okay, and I want the height to be, let's say, 330. Okay, and we're going to give it a slight border radius of 4. Let's import image. I think image is already imported. Okay, so save the file. As you can see, that's working better. So over here, we're going to give it a margin top. Okay, so instead of that, we can give a basic self-closing view, and we can give the height to be 40. Okay, or let's keep it to be 80. Yes, I think that's looking better. Okay, so now let's give some internal spacing to the image part. So to do that, I'm gonna wrap the image inside of a view over here. Okay, so to the view, I'm gonna give some styling, basically a padding of 10. Okay, I think that's looking better. So let's, decrease the height to be, let's say 60. Okay, I think 70. Yeah, 70 looks good. Okay, so now after rendering the image, we're gonna show the details of the song. So I'm gonna say view over here. So this is gonna contain another view, which is gonna have two texts over here. So first one is gonna be the song name. So for the song name, it's gonna be current track dot the name, and for the author's name, it's gonna be current track dot artists of 0 dot name. Okay, save the file. All right, that's looking better. So now we're gonna give margin top to this entire view, margin top of 10. Okay, so now for the styling of this, I'm gonna say style, font size of 18, font weight of bold, color of white, and save the file. All right, and for the second one, we're going to give it a different styling. So I'm going to say style. So the color is going to be this color code, that is D3 D3 D3, and we're going to give it a slight margin top. Okay, and now towards the right, we're going to show the icon, that is the heart icon. So I think we have already done that in this screen itself. That is gonna be over here. Yeah, let's copy this out and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so to this view, I'm gonna give the styling, that is flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, there you go, that's looking better. I think we need to remove the align items of center so that it looks even more better. There you go, that's looking fine. Let's increase the margin top to be 20 instead of 10. Okay, so now after that, we're gonna show the progress bar. Okay, we are gonna do this in just a bit after we play any song. So I'm gonna say view, we're just gonna say text, we're just gonna say progress bar. It's gonna come over here. Okay, so let's put this inside this itself so the padding gets applied. All right, so after the progress bar, below the progress bar, we need to show basically the details, I mean the song duration. Okay, so we're gonna say view over here. So this is gonna have basically two pieces of text. Okay, so I'm gonna say text over here, text over here as well. So currently we're gonna hard code it. So currently it's gonna be 0 0. Let's say we have the 30 seconds as the end song, that is the final duration. Okay, so for this view, I'm gonna say style, give it some margin top of 12, and over here also let's give some margin top of 10. All right, so over here I'm gonna say flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, that's good. So now we're gonna give the style for the text. So this color is gonna be white and the font size is gonna be, let's say 15. Okay, so same piece of styling for the second piece of text as well. Okay, so once we play the song, we're gonna work with the search bar and we're gonna make this look dynamic. Okay, so after this, we are gonna paste a bunch of icons, that is for play, pause, and play the next song or play the previous song. Okay guys, so I've just pasted the icons over here. We have pretty much 5 icons that is wrapped inside of a view. Okay, that's just gonna come after the time durations, right after this view. So it's gonna have the first icon as the arrow icon, the second one is the play skip back, the third one is pause circle, and the fourth one is play skip forward, and the fifth one is repeat. You can pretty much import the icon family and you can paste the code like this. Okay, so I've imported all of the icon families at the top, whichever are required. Okay, so yeah, so I think that's it about the bottom model design part. So the next thing we'll be looking into is firstly, if I press on this, let's close the model down. Okay, so over here, that is on the down, I'm going to say on press, I'm going to say set modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. So currently it is true. If I press on this, it's going to become false. So there you go, that's looking fine. Okay, so now I think let's change the color of this one, that is the duration. Let's give it a lightish gray color, I would say. So that's gonna happen over here. Let's give color, so D3 D3. Okay, so the same piece of color is gonna come over here. Alright, so the next thing we'll be looking into is, if at all the song is playing, then we need to show this button. Okay, so if you press on this, again the song should stop playing and we should show the play button over here to continue the playback. Okay, and if you press on this button, we should play the next song, and if you press on the previous button, we should play the previous song, if at all we have any song. Okay, and if the song automatically completes, then we should automatically play the next song that is there in the saved tracks list. Okay, so currently now we're going to go into the play function that is over here, and we're going to define how we can play the songs. We have already installed the Expo AV that is used for the playing the music in this app. Okay, so let's look into this first. Okay, so firstly, inside the play function, we need to have access to the preview URL so that we can play that song in the app. Okay, so firstly, if I press on this, it's going to go to this function that is play track, and it's firstly going to check if the saved track short length is greater than 0, and it is greater than 0. So we are going to set the current track to be the first one. Okay, after setting that, we're going to pretty much say await play of the first track. So it's going to come over here. Since it's taking a parameter over here, same thing I'm going to pass over here as well. Let's say I'm going to say next track. Okay, so for now let's just see what is there inside the next track. Okay, save the file. So I'm just gonna see the output in the browser. Okay, so now I'm gonna press on play over here. Okay, as you can see, it is giving us an object, right? So this is gonna be the first song. As you can see, this is the first song, and we pretty much have all of the information regarding it. Okay, but we are only interested in the preview URL. Right, so to get the preview URL, it's gonna be next track dot the preview URL. So let's write that down over here. So I'm gonna say const preview URL equals to next track dot the preview URL. Okay, that's the preview URL. Now I'm gonna initialize my try catch block over here. So firstly, let's define the catch block and just console.log the error.message like this. So firstly, inside the try block, I'm going to say await audio, import audio from Expo AV like this. Okay, so I'm going to say import await audio dot set audio mode async. So this is going to take in a bunch of options that are required. So you can copy that out, these 3 lines. Okay, and after that, I'm going to initialize my sound and status object. So I'm going to say const sound comma status equals to await audio dot sound dot, there is a method known as create async. So I'm going to use that method, and this method is going to take in the URI for which we need to play the song. Okay, so this URI is of course going to be the preview URL. Okay, So along with this, I'm going to pass in another piece of information over here, and I'm going to say should play is going to be true. Okay, and I'm going to say is looping is going to be false. Okay, so now we need access to something called as the current sound. Okay, so for that I'm gonna initialize my state over here. I'm gonna say const current sound comma set current sound equals to use state, and I'm gonna pass in null at the initial state. Okay, when we set any song, that is when we press on the play button, we are gonna set the first song. Okay, so after this, after initializing the sound and status, I'm gonna say set the current sound to be that particular sound. Okay, and we can pretty much console.log the sound and check whatever is there inside that object. So I'm gonna say sound and sound. Okay, so after that, to play, there is a method known as play async. So I'm going to say await sound dot play async. That's it. Okay, so this is the code to play any particular song. So let's see if this actually works. And after the song has played, we're gonna check the browser and see what and all is present inside the sound object. So currently I'm gonna save the file. So if I save the file and play on this button, it should play the first song. Okay, so let's give that a try. So as you can see, the song played properly. That is, the first song was able to play correctly. Okay, so now let's go check out the sound object inside the browser. Okay, so this is the sound object. So here there are a bunch of methods that we can use. That is get status async, the pause async, the play async. This was the one which we used to play the song. And other than that, there is stop async to stop the song. And pretty much there are some of the methods which you can look into it. Okay, so this is stored inside of the sound object. So the next step is we need to look into the progress bar as well as the duration of the song. Okay, we need to display that in the modal. Okay, so firstly I'm gonna initialize my function. So there is a function known as on playback status update that's gonna come over here. So I'm gonna say on playback status update. Okay, so this function I'm going to define it right after I set the song or before that itself. So I'm going to say on playback status update. It's going to take in whatever is there inside the status. Okay, we're going to look through that in the console also. So after that, I'm going to define this function right after the play function. So I'm going to say const on playback status update equals to a async function. Okay, so this in turn is going to take of course the status, right? Okay, so for now let's try and console.log what is there inside the status object if at all we play the song. Okay, so over here instead of sound I'm going to say console.log the status. Okay, again I'm going to play the song, and after the song stops we're going to check out the browser and see what exactly the output is going to be. So let's clear the browser once and play the song. Okay, so the song is currently stopped. So now let's go check out the browser and let's see what exactly is there inside the status. Okay, so as you can see, there are a bunch of objects that are coming up, right? So let's check out the first one. This is inside the play function. So okay, it has a bunch of information, that is did just finish, is loaded, is playing, is muted, and all of the other details. So of course, if it is in the play function, it's gonna be false, that is for is playing, because the song is not yet started playing. So once it comes to, let's say, this one, so as you can see, we are able to see that is playing is true and is loaded also is true. Okay, so these two can be useful for checking the condition. Okay, and after that, to display the progress bar as well as the duration, there is something known as the duration milliseconds, and there is something called as the position milliseconds. Okay, so these two timings can be useful to design the progress bar and as well as show the duration. So as you can see, for the next objects, the position milliseconds has increased. So firstly it was 0, now it's 174. Okay, so this is going to be the same thing. So this is the duration. That means it's currently in milliseconds. So you can say that the song duration is about 29 seconds. Okay, so if you check out the last object, of course the position millis is almost equal to the duration millis. That means the song is completed, and you can see is playing is false but is loaded is still true. Okay, based on this information and the conditions which we discussed, we're gonna apply this inside the on playback status update function, right? So firstly I'm gonna say, if at all the status dot is loaded and status dot is playing, if this is true, that is if the status dot is loaded and status dot is playing, then that means our song is still playing, it is not stopped, right? Because both of them are true. Then in that case, what I'm going to do is, firstly I'm going to initialize my state to store the three values, that is the progress. Okay, so I'm going to say const progress comma set progress equals to use state, and initially I'm going to pass it as null. Okay, so the next thing is we need access to the current time. So I'm going to say const current time comma set current time equals to use state, and I'm going to pass in an empty value of 0. So the next thing we need is the total duration of the song. So I'm going to say const total duration comma set total duration equals to use state, and again I'm going to pass in 0. Okay, so after that has been done, inside the condition, that is if it is true, that is loaded and is playing. So firstly I'm going to calculate the progress. So I'm going to say const progress equals to, it's going to be status dot position milliseconds. So I'm going to say status dot position millis minus status dot duration millis. So this is pretty much going to give us the progress, and it's going to get updated every time the song is going to play. Okay, so yeah, this is for the progress, and I'm going to say set the progress to be whatever is there inside the progress. Alright, so let's check the spelling if it's correct. Position millis as well as the duration millis. Yep, that's correct, and even this is right. Yeah, that's fine. So after that we're gonna set the current time. So I'm gonna say set the current time to be progress dot position millis. Okay, and for the last one, that is the total duration, I'm gonna say set total duration to be status dot duration millis. This is the total duration of the song. Okay, so let's pretty much save the file, and now let's console.log what is there inside of our progress, right? So I'm gonna say console.log progress over here, and let's pretty much remove this console.log. So I'm going to play the song once more, and then after the song is stopped, I'm going to check out the browser. Okay, okay, so the song is stopped and it has played clearly. So now let's go check out the progress, right? So over here, as you can see, the progress starts from, oh, okay, it is from minus. Not sure why that's happening. So I think we have made a mistake while, initializing the progress thing. So it should be divided, right? My bad. I've given it as minus. Okay, so we're going to say status.position millis divided by status.duration millis. Okay, so this should give the correct result starting from, let's say, 0 to the final value. So currently we are getting the result in minus because we had done status.position minus status.duration millis. So now hopefully it should give the correct result. So let's let's clear the console, and I'm gonna play the song again. Okay, so now the song is stopped. So now we're going to check out the console over here. So as you can see, now it's looking absolutely fine. So the progress is starting from 0, 0 0.002, 0 0.01, 0 0.10, and it's going to the last part, that is 0 0.99. Okay, so when it reaches almost 1, that means the song is being completed. Okay, with the help of this progress, we can pretty much design the progress bar. Okay, so let's look into that. So firstly, let's come down to the view where we had just hard-coded the value, that is the progress bar, this one. Okay, so I'm going to remove this text. Over here, I'm going to initialize my view. Okay, inside this view, I'm going to have basically a self-enclosed view. So this is going to have a bunch of styles over here. So the first piece of style is going to be the styles dot progress bar. So let's define the styles of the progress bar at the bottom over here. So I'm just gonna paste that over here. So it's gonna have a height of 100% and background color of white. So now let's come back, and over here, yeah, so after this we are gonna have one more piece of styling, that is to display the width. I'm gonna say width is gonna be, make use of backticks, it's going to be the progress itself multiplied by 100 because it is in the milliseconds, and don't forget to write the percentage as well. Okay, so this was it for the first part of the progress bar. Now we're going to give the style for the parent view over here. Okay, you can just copy that out as well. So we're going to give a width of 100%, okay, a margin top of 10, a height of 3, and a background color of gray, and a border radius of 5. Okay, so the next thing we need to design is the starting circle part, which is gonna take the progress bar from starting to end. Okay, I'm gonna design that. So for that, I'm gonna initialize another view that is self-enclosed, and firstly we're gonna initialize the circle size. Okay, so I'm gonna say const circle size. Let's keep it to be 12. Okay, so that is the size of the circle, and inside the view over here I'm gonna give the style. So this also is gonna have a bunch of styles. Okay, so the first one is gonna be this one, that is, I'm gonna say position of absolute. Okay, and after that I'm gonna give a top value of -5, and I'm gonna give the width and height of the circle. It's gonna be the circle size itself, that is 12. So height also is gonna be circle size, and border radius is gonna be circle size by 2, so that the circle looks exactly in circle fashion. So I'm gonna say circle size by 2, and after that we're gonna pass in the background color. It's gonna be white. Okay, and along with this we have one more piece of style that's gonna come after this. We're gonna pass in a left value, so that the circle has to keep moving from left to right, so it's gonna be the progress multiplied by 100 with the percentage. Okay, along with that we need to pass the margin left as well. It's gonna be minus circle size by 2. That's it. So this should pretty much show us the status bar when we play the song. So hopefully let's give this a try. Save the song, save this file, and if I press on the play button and check out the modal, you should be able to see the progress bar correctly working. So yes, I'm going to press on the play button. Yes, so as you can see, that worked absolutely fine. That is, the progress bar is currently moving from the left to right. So now the next thing is we're gonna define a function to show the timings. That is, so currently it is 0, 0, 0 and it is 0:30. We need to make it dynamic. Okay, so firstly I'm gonna initialize a function over here. I'm gonna say format time of whatever is there inside the current time. Okay, we had set the current time inside the on playback status update method. Okay, this one we had even set the total duration as well. So with the help of that, we are going to implement this. So for this is going to be format time of the total duration. Okay, so now we're going to define this function right at the top. Okay, so this is slightly complex. You can just try to copy down the code, what and all we are doing over here. So I'm going to say const format time equals to, it's going to take in the time. Okay, and firstly we're going to calculate the minutes as well as the seconds. So I'm going to say const minutes equals to math dot floor. Here I'm going to say time divided by 60,000 to calculate the minutes. I'm going to say const seconds equals to math dot floor. It's going to be time modulus 60,000 divided by 10,000, not 10,000, just 1,000. Okay, after this I'm going to say return. I'm making use of backticks again. I want to return the minutes over here, which in our case is going to be 0 because we just have a song duration of 30 seconds. And after that I want to display the seconds over here, so it's going to be seconds. So only this value is going to be it's going to be shown, right? Because the minutes is of course going to be 0, and if it is less than 10, I'm going to say show me the value of 0 like this, else it's just gonna be empty. Okay, other than that, okay, I think this needs to come inside, so that is this part needs to be inside over here. Okay, else it's gonna be the seconds itself. Okay, you can look into this and write this down. Okay, so now hopefully this, if I save the file, you should be seeing 0, 0, and over here it should be showing us the total duration of the song. So let's save the file. Okay, so as you can see, this is working properly. This is not looking correctly, so let's look into that. So while we set the on playback status update over here, okay, so for set current time is gonna be, okay, my bad, instead of status, instead of status I've written progress, so it's gonna be status. Okay, so now if I play the song again, you should be seeing the duration of the song working correctly. So let's give that a try. Okay, so even the duration part is working fine. So currently the song has been completed, so it's going to be 29 of 29. Okay, so the next part we'll be looking into is the play pause button. Okay, so if at all the song is playing and if I press on the pause button, okay, we should stop the playback and we should show the play button. Okay, and again if you press on the play button, we should continue the playback and we should show the pause button. Okay, so we'll be looking into that. So firstly we'll be initializing the state such that we need to track if the song is currently playing or not. So firstly I'm going to say const is playing comma set is playing equals to use state. So initially I'm gonna pass in false. Okay, so initially I'm setting that is playing is gonna be false. Okay, when we set a particular song, that is the first time if we press on, let's say the first button that is over here, this button, we're gonna set it, right? So I'm gonna do that just after. Okay, I'm gonna do that over here. So I'm gonna say set is playing to be status dot is loaded. Okay, for that particular song, if it is loaded, then I'm gonna say it is playing also, correct? So I'm gonna save the file, and now I'm gonna initialize my onPress function on the pause button that is there inside the modal. That is for this one. Okay, so I'm gonna say onPress equals to handle play pause like this, and I'm going to define this function right at the top. So I'm going to say const handle play pause. Okay, it's going to be an async function. Okay, so firstly we're gonna check if at all we have any current sound, right? Okay, current sound in the sense which we have set it while playing, that is this one, set current sound to be this sound. Okay, firstly we will check if there is any current sound. If there is any current sound, and then again we're gonna check if the song is playing, right? That means if it is loaded or not. So if it is playing, we're gonna say await current sound. So we have a method known as pause async that we saw in the console, right? We're going to use that. So I'm going to say pause async. Okay, else we're going to say await current sound dot play async. That's it. Okay, so firstly we're going to check if at all there is current sound, and if there is current sound, if it is playing, then if it is playing, then we're going to say pause the song, and again if you press on the play button, we're going to say continue the playback. That's it. So now we're going to say, after doing this, we're going to say set is playing to be the opposite of is playing. Okay, so now we're going to make the condition over here in the modal. So over here I'm going to say if it is playing, we need to show a pause button, right? If it is not playing, we need to show the play button. So I'm going to say for here pressable. Okay, and over here we are gonna get the play button, and over here it's gonna be the pause circle button. So let's get that out. So I'm gonna say export.icons.fii. Let's search for the pause circle. Okay, so we can get it from, let's say, and design. Yep, I think we can use this. Or I think we have already used the pause circle icon in the current track over here. Yeah, this one. Let's pretty much get this one. You're going to paste it over here. That is if it is playing, and the size is going to be 60 for this. Okay, and if it is stopped, then we need to show the play button. That also we have designed it over here. That is, I'm going to choose the same icon, this one. So it's going to be the controller icon, I guess. Yeah, this one from ntypo. So this also we're going to say size as 60. Okay, for this I think the color is gonna be black because the background color is white. Okay, and this is gonna be white itself, I guess. Save the file. So now if I play the song, over here also we need to provide on press, right? I'm gonna say on press. It's gonna be the same function, that is handle play pause, and this is the style for this icon. So yeah, let's give this a try. Save the file and let's try to pause as well as play when the song is playing. Okay. Okay, actually we forgot to remove this one, right? That is from the previous one. Let's do that. Let's remove this one. Okay, and yeah, I think for this it should be less because we've already given the width. Let's give it 24. Okay, I think that's looking better. So currently I've pressed on the pause button and the song has been stopped. Okay, and we are able to see the play button now. Let's keep it to be 26. Okay, so now if I press on play, it's gonna go over here and it's gonna check if the current sound is there. Yes, it is there, but if it is playing, it's not playing. So it goes into the else condition and it executes this line. So we're gonna say current sound dot play async, so the song continues to play. So as you can see, the song has been stopped and the handle play pause function is working absolutely fine. Okay, we can pause the song and we can continue the playback after pausing it. So the next step we'll be looking into is if you press on this button, we need to play the next song. So let's do that. So firstly, I'm gonna create an on press event on the next button, that is this one, that is play skip forward. I'm gonna say on press equals to play next track. Okay, so let's define this function right at the top over here. Okay, after the handle play pause, I'm gonna say const play next track equals to async. Okay, so inside this function, let's think how exactly we can implement to play the next track. Okay, so let's say current song is playing and let's say it has reached about half of its duration, that is let's say 15 seconds, and then you want to press on the next button. Then in that case, what we need to do, we need to stop the first song. Okay, and then we need to set the current track to be the next track, and then we need to play that song. Okay, so firstly I'm going to check if at all we have the current sound. Okay, and that is, let's say as I told, the song has reached half of the duration, then that means of course the current sound is present. Okay, so if the current sound is present, I'm going to say await current sound dot stop async. I'm just going to say stop that song because I want to play the next track. Okay, so after that I'm going to say set the current sound to be null. Okay, that is done. So after that, firstly I'm going to initialize my reference to the song. So to do that, I'm going to say const value equals to useref of 0. Okay, so I'm going to access my useref over here from React. So firstly, after implementing this, after stopping the song, I'm going to say value, there is something known as the current inside this. I'm going to say value.current plus equals to 1. I'm trying to simply increase the value and I'm going to set it to be for the saved track. So currently the index is going to be 0 for this song because indexing starts from 0. Okay, I'm going to say value.current equals to 0. And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the value.current is less than the saved tracks dot length, which is of course true. Then in that case, I'm going to say const next track is going to be saved tracks of value.current. Okay, so currently over here the value of value.current is going to be 1. So it's going to execute like save tracks of 1. That means play the next song that is present. Okay, and after that I'm going to set the current track because we need to change the details of the image as well as the authors and name. So I'm going to say set the current track to be the next track like this. Okay, after that we're going to say await play of the next track. That's it. Okay, so this should pretty much play. So else we're gonna say that means we have played all of the songs. We're just gonna say console.log. We're gonna say just end of playlist. Okay, so if you want to play the song again from starting, you can just set it to be 0. That is, you can just set this save tracks to be 0, or you can set the value.current to be 0. Okay, so I'm gonna save the file. So this is the code for play next track. Okay, so now currently we are in the first track, that is index is 0. So if I press over here, there is a next button, it should go into this function. So it should check over here, that is if the current sound is there. Okay, so even if it's not there also, because the song has stopped playing, so it's going to execute this piece of code, that is value.current equals plus equals to 1. Okay, so of course it's the value is going to become 1 and the set current track of next track. So we are going to set the next track and we're going to say await play of next track. So it's going to go over here and it's going to execute the functionality to play the next track. So let's refresh once and then play the first song and then play the next song also by pressing on the next button. So let's play the first song first. So as you can see, that worked absolutely fine. That is, we were playing the first song and by the time it reached, let's say, half of the duration, I pressed on the next play button. So it went to this function and current sound was present. So it stopped the current sound and set the current sound to be null. Okay, and it increased the value to be +1. And again after that, we are pretty much going to say set the current track to be next track and play that next track. Okay, so now the song is currently stopped and if I press on the next button, it's going to play the next track as well. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, that is working absolutely fine. So the next thing we'll be doing is initializing the function for playing the previous track. Okay, so we're going to do that over here. So firstly, let's initialize the condition over here. So I'm going to say on press equals to play previous track. So let's define this function right at the top after the play next track button. So I'm going to say const play previous track is going to be a async function. Okay, here also firstly I'm going to say if at all the current sound is there, stop that song and I want to play the previous song. Okay, here I'm going to copy this value.current. Here I'm going to say just decrease the index value by 1 and I'm going to apply this condition as well. Okay, that is if the value.current is less than save tracks.length, then pretty much increase that value, initialize the next track to the value.current. Okay, and set that current track to be next track and play that particular track. Okay, so I'm going to save the file and I'm going to press on the previous button. So I want to play the previous song. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, the track changed to the previous track and that's working absolutely fine. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the automatic playing of songs. Okay, that is, let's say if one song completes, that is its complete duration, we're gonna play the next track, okay, automatically without pressing on the next button. So that is gonna happen inside the on playback state. Okay, so as you can see in the console, we had console.log the status, right? So I showed you that when the song completes, there is something called as the did just finish. Okay, if that becomes true, I want to play the next song. So let's save the file. So I'm going to apply the condition over here such that if the status dot did just finish, okay, if this is the case, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set the current sound to be null. Okay, after doing that, I'm just going to say play the next track. That's it. Okay, so save the. Okay, so let's try the same thing for this song. That is, as soon as the song completes. Okay, so over here this should become true, that is status dot did just finish at the end of the song, and we're going to say set current sound to be null and play the next track. So we're going to go to the play next track function, and of course it's going to increase the value by 1, the current value, and it's going to pretty much set the current track of the next track by the help of this code. Okay, and we're going to play the next track. So let's give that a try. So I'm going to wait till the complete song finishes, and automatically we should be seeing the next track playing. So play the song. Okay, I think that did not work. So let's look into where we have gone wrong. Okay, so let's check the condition over here. Okay, I think we have made a mistake. That is, we are just checking if status dot did finish is there. Okay, we need to check if it is equals to true. So I think that's the reason the song did not change automatically. So now let's save the file, and we're going to refresh the app, or we're going to play from the starting. That is, we're going to play the first song again. Okay. So as you can see, we were able to play the next song in the list. Okay, so that's the way this thing works. So the next thing we'll be looking into is, if at all any song is currently playing, then in that case we're going to show a green color for the song in the like songs list. Okay, and if I press on any one of the song, we need to play that automatically as well. So let's look into that first. Okay, so I think that is going to occur inside the component, or we need to pass some props to the component while rendering the flat list, that is over here. So to the song item component, I'm going to pass in some of the props. Okay, so firstly I'm going to say I want to initiate the function that is on press. It's going to be the play function itself, and apart from that, to check whether it is playing or not, I'm going to pass in one more prop, that is playing equals to if any of the item inside of the flat list equals to the current track. Okay, then in that case it's gonna be is playing equals to true. So now I'm gonna go into the song item and receive this props, that is on press as well as the is playing. So over here I'm gonna say on press and is playing. Okay, firstly we are going to design the text, that is if it is playing or not. So over here I'm going to say style. I'm going to apply the condition that if it is playing, I want to show this style, else it's going to be the normal thing itself, that is this one. So if it is playing, I want it to have a font weight of bold, font size of 14, and the color is going to be this color code, that is 3FFF00. We can remove this style. Okay. I think there is a bracket error over here. Okay. Okay, so if it is playing, we need to have this color. If it is not playing, it should be the normal white itself. Okay, so again, we're going to initialize on press event on this over here. So I'm going to say on press equals to handle press. Okay, so I'm going to say const handle press equals to a normal arrow function. So firstly, we need access to the current track. Okay, so let's get that using the use context hook. So you'll be getting that over here. I think we've initialized that already, this one. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set the current track to be, of course, the item itself, whatever we are pressing on, and I'm going to say on press of the item. So item in the sense, this is the next track that we are passing to the play function. Okay, so what we're trying to do is, if at all you press on any one of the song directly also, we need to play that song. Okay, so to do that, firstly let's go into the, okay, use context does not exist, so let's import that from React. And I think we need to even import the player as well from the context file, like this. Okay, so now let's come back to the liked songs, and let's say I press on any one of the song, that should start playing. Okay, so to do that, firstly we need to make one more change inside of the play function, that is inside the try block over here. Firstly, I'm going to check if at all there is a current sound. Okay, and if there is current sound, I'm going to say await current sound dot stop async. Okay, because we do not want to hear two songs at the same time. Okay, so we're just going to check this condition over here. So save the file. So let's say I press on this song. Okay, so hopefully this should start playing. So as you can see, the song which we pressed on started playing, and of course over here you can see that this song is currently playing because that is green in color. Okay, so now let's say I press on the next song, that is this one. So as you can see, even that is working absolutely fine. So now we can play the next track. We can automatically play any songs from the like lists, and we can even go to the previous track and play the next song, and play the next track as well, and implement the play pause buttons as well. Okay, so I think that's it about the like screens. So now we will be looking into one more thing, that is if I press on any one of the recently played, it should go into that particular info screen and show the details of the song. And if it is a song pertaining to any film, it should show all of the songs of that particular film. Okay, so firstly we're going to create a screen to show the details of any particular song, right? Now I'm going to open my file tree and create a new song, a new screen in the screens folder. Over here I'm going to say songs or song info screen .js rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file, and now let's come back to our stack navigator, and we're going to include this into our stack screens. So I'm going to say stack.screen. So the name is going to be info. Okay, component is going to be info screen, and header shown is going to be false. Let's import the song info screen from the screens folder like this, and save the file. So now let's go back to our recently played card, and where we have the pressable over there. Firstly let's initialize our navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation, and let's initialize the on press event on the pressable over here. So I'm going to say on press navigation dot navigate. Here the name of the screen is going to be info because that's what we passed inside the stack navigator. And to the screen, I'm going to pass in the information that is the item itself. That is basically the song detail. Okay, so format once, save the file. So now inside the info screen over here. Okay, so yeah, firstly I'm going to initialize my root params. So I'm going to say const root equals to use route. Okay, so first let's console.log what is there inside the root params. It's basically going to be the song details. Okay, so let us press on in any one of the song. Let's say this one. Okay, so this is the item information of that particular song when we press from the recently played card to the song info screen. Okay, so let's look out this in the browser over here. So as you can see, it is an object, and inside the object there is an item object, and inside that there is a track object, and we are only interested in the album and in the URI. Okay, with the help of this URI we can fetch all of the songs of that particular movie, or if it's a single, it's going to be a single itself. Okay, so firstly let's get the album URL. So I'm going to say const album URL is going to be, it's going to be root dot params, go into the item object first, and then go into the track object, go into the album, and then access the URI. So let's console.log album URL. Okay, so as you can see, this is the album URL, but from here I just only want this part. I do not want the Spotify and the album. So to remove that, I'll be making use of the split method in JavaScript. So I'm going to say const album ID equals to, I'm going to say album URL dot split of just this, and I'm going to pass in 2 over here, so that the first two things get removed off, and we only remain with this ID. That is what we want. So I'm going to say console.log of album ID and save the file. So as you can see, we only have this. So with the help of this ID, we're going to make a call and to get the remaining songs of the film, or if it is single, it's going to be that itself. So to do that, I'm going to initialize my use effect over here. Okay, and let's import use effect from React. Like this. Okay, so inside the use effect, I'm gonna initialize one more function known as async function, fetch songs. Okay, something like this. So over here, firstly we need access to the access token. So I think we can get it over here inside the like songs screen. Let's say this one, and we're gonna paste it over here, import async storage. Okay, after getting the access token, I'm gonna initialize my try catch block. Firstly console.log the error.message. Okay, so inside the try block, firstly I'm gonna say const response equals to await fetch, and this is gonna take in the URL. That's gonna be https api.spotify.com/v1/albums and the album ID, and give me all of the tracks of that album ID. Okay, so this is going to be the URL to fetch the remaining songs. Okay, so after this we're going to pass in the headers as well. So try to copy this one, the headers, and paste it over here. All right, and after that we're going to say if the response if not of response.ok, we're going to say throw new error with any particular message. We're going to say fail to fetch the album songs, something like this. Okay, after that, if at all we get the result, I'm going to say const data equals to await, firstly convert it into JSON format, so await response.json, and after that we're going to say const tracks is going to be data.items. Okay, you can pretty much console.log the response and data, and you would see that to get the tracks is going to be data.items. And let's initialize our state to hold the tracks. So I'm going to say const tracks comma set tracks equals to use state, and initially I'm going to pass in an empty array, and after calculating the tracks I'm going to say set the tracks to be of the tracks. So now let's console.log the tracks if at all there's any track for this particular song. I'm going to say tracks. So save the file. Okay, use state is not defined, so let's import that. So firstly let's press on this song. Okay, so there is no track, is it? We are getting array of 0. Okay, so let's try for any different song. Okay, my bad, because you've not even called the function, right? So that reason it's not working. So fetch songs and save the file. So as you can see, we are getting the data for the songs. Okay, so actually we are getting 6 items including that song because it is a part of a film. Okay, so these are all of the songs. So with the help of this information, we're gonna design our screen, that is the song info screen. So firstly, let's initialize our linear gradient as usual. So I'm gonna say linear gradient. Okay, so put this over here. So the linear gradient is gonna take in a bunch of colors. So I'm gonna pass in the same color that we were using in the home screen. So let's look into that. Okay, so let's pass in the colors, and style is going to be a flex of 1 so that it covers the entire screen. Okay, there you go, that's looking better. So now for the view, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to make use of a safe area view, the scroll view. Import that from React Native, and this scroll view is going to have a margin top of 50. Okay, and after that we're going to initialize our first view. So this view in turn is going to have the icon, that is the arrow back icon. So let's fetch that from the Expo icons. I'm going to say back. So let's use it from iron icons. First import the icon family over here, and we're going to copy the render component code and paste it in over here. Okay, so this is going to have a color of white. So as you can see, that is being seen on the screen. So now after that, we are going to have another view which is going to contain the image. Okay, so to access the image, it's going to be, let's say, source URI. So it's going to be root dot params dot track dot album dot images of 0 dot URI. Okay, so this is going to be the same image with this is going to be the image on which we pressed, right? So we're going to show the same image in the screen at the top. So yeah, after this, let's give the style for the image so that we can see it on the screen. I'm going to say style, a width of 200 and a height of 200 as well. Let's import image from React Native and save the file. Okay, you're not able to see it. Okay, it should be URL, not URI. And there you go, that's looking better. So now we're going to give the style for the view that is containing the image. So we're going to say flex of 1, and we're going to say align items of center. So it comes to the center of the screen. Okay, and we're going to give the style for, we're going to give on press for the iron icons. We're going to say on press. Let's initialize our navigation first. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, like this. Okay, here I'm going to say navigation dot go back. That's it. Okay, so the next thing is we're gonna give the style for the outer view that contains the icon as well as the image. So I'm gonna say style, a flex direction of row like this, and I'm going to give some internal spacing, that is padding of 12. Okay, so that looks even more better. Alright, so after the view, we're going to have a text attribute which is going to show the name of the song. So it's going to be root.params.item.track.name. Okay, let's give the style for the text so that we can see it on the screen. So it's going to have a color of white, and it's going to have a bit of margin horizontal of, let's say, 12, a bit of margin top of 10, and we're going to give it a font size of 22 and a font weight of bold. So let's save the file, and there you can see this is the name of the song. Okay, so after the name of the song, we're going to show the creator of the song. So for that, I'm going to initialize my view over here. So over here, we're going to map through the artist. So I'm going to say root.params.item.track.artists.map for each and every item and index. I'm going to show a view over here, or we can just show the text because that's what we want. This is going to say item.name. So let's give the color for this first. So I'm going to say style. So color is going to be 909090, and it's going to have a font size of 13 and a font weight of 500 like this. So save the file. As you can see, these are the two artists, and we're going to give the style for the view first. So we're going to give it, let's say, a bit of margin horizontal of 12, and I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center. And if at all there are, let's say, more than 5 artists, it's going to overflow, right? So we wanted to come to the next line. So to do that, I'm going to say flex wrap of wrap. So it comes to the next line and takes up the remaining space. I'm going to give a margin top of 10 and a gap of 7. So save the file, and as you can see, that's looking better. Okay, so that's the styling for the view that is containing the name as well as the creator's name. So after that, we are pretty much going to show the pressable that's going to contain the icons that is already designed in the home screen. So we're just going to pretty much paste that. So it's going to be this icon, I guess, inside the home screen, inside the light song screen. That is the first part of the icons, that is this one. Okay, so I'm going to copy the pressable and I'm going to paste it after the view. Okay, so import pressable from React Native and import the and design icon, and we also want the material community icons. Import that as well, and after that we want is ntypo as well. So ntypo 2. Yep, other than that, let's remove the play track function. Okay, and I think we can save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after that, we are going to show the song list. If at all it is a part of the movie, we are going to show all of the movie songs, and if it is a single, it's going to be that itself. So after the pressable, I'm going to say initialize my view. So to the view, I'm going to have one more view. Inside this, I'm going to say we already have the tracks selected, so I'm going to say access the tracks dot map. So for each track and index, I'm going to initialize a pressable over here. So initiate the pressable, and for the pressable, firstly I'm going to have the view. This in turn is going to contain the text. So to access the track name, it's going to be track.name. Okay, if you check out over here, so to access the name, I think this one. Yeah, to access the name, it's going to be item.name. In our case, it's going to be track.name. So that's why I've written track.name. So let's give the color for the text. So it's going to have a font size of 16 and a font weight of 500 okay, and it's going to have a color of white. So save the file. So as you can see, these are the songs of this particular film. That is, for this particular song, we have all of the songs of the film, right? And after that, we're going to initialize one more view over here after the text. So this in turn is going to contain all of the artists. Okay, so I'm going to say track dot artists dot map for each and every item and the index. I'm going to return, let's say, a text attribute over here. Okay, so this is going to be item dot name. Okay, I think there is a bracket error. So for every item and index, I'm going to return a text attribute. So I'm basically trying to map over the artists over here. So if you check out the browser, as you can see, there is the artists. So map over the artists and give me just the name. To access the name, it's going to be item.name. So I'm going to say item.name. So the style for this is going to be, it's going to have a font size of 16 and a font weight of 500 and a color of gray. Okay, so save the file. As you can see, these are the artists of that particular song. Okay, so now we're going to give the style for the view. I'm going to say style, a flex direction of row, align items of center. Okay, I wanted to have a gap of, let's say, 8 and a bit of margin top like this. Okay, as you can see, that's looking better. So now we're going to give the style for the pressable over here. I'm going to say style. I wanted to have a margin vertical since all of them are touching now. I'm going to give it margin vertical of 10, a flex direction of row, and justify content of space between when we initialize a icon that's going to come now. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now we're going to give the style for the outer view. Currently, all of this is coming to the left part of the screen. So we're going to give some margin top and margin horizontal to this view. So I'm going to say style, a bit of margin top of 10. Okay, and a margin horizontal of 12. And there you go, that's looking good, right? So after this, I think we need to show up the icons, right? So icon is going to be the 3-dot icon. So we're going to show that. Firstly, let's get that icon from Expo icons. I'm going to say dot. So copy this out, and type was already imported. So we're going to paste this right after we have initialized the view that is over here. Okay. Nope, I think let's give the color of white. Copy this, and it's gonna come right after this view. As you can see, it's coming towards the right part of the screen. Okay, so I think that's it about the design of the song info screen. So if you come back over here, let's press on, let's say, this one. Okay, so this is a single song, so that's why we're just showing this. Okay, so if it's a movie song, we're going to show the details of that particular movie like this. Okay, so the next part we'll be looking into is we'll be designing the profile of that particular user. So let's go into the profile screen, and firstly let's look into the background of it. So firstly, I'm going to initialize my linear gradient as usual. So import that from Expo linear gradient. Okay, and we're going to give the same piece of styling that we gave to the earlier screen, that is the song info screen. So just copy that out, this one, and we're going to paste it over here. Save the file. Okay, that's looking good. So here also we need access to the public profile that we've already done inside the home screen. So let's just copy that out, and we're going to paste it over here. That's going to be this one, that is get profile. Okay, I'm going to paste it right over here. Import use effect from React. Okay, and let's initialize the state for the set profile over here. That also we can pretty much take it from the home screen. Okay, let's also import our use state. All right, and next thing is we need to import the async storage. Okay, so save the file. So the next thing is we also need access to the user playlist so that we can show that in this screen. So I'm going to say user fact. Okay, I'm going to initialize a function that is const get playlists equals to, it's going to be an async function. Okay, I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So let's console.log the error.message if there are any. Okay, so over here also firstly let's access our access token first. Okay, so inside the try block, firstly I'm going to say const response equals to await axios, import axios dot get. So this thing is going to take in the URI, that's going to be https api.spotify.com/v1/playlists. Okay, so this thing is also going to take in the header. So I'm just going to copy the header from the previous one and paste it over here. Okay, so after we get the result, I'm going to say firstly let's initialize the playlists state. So I'm going to say const playlists comma set playlists equals to use state, and it's going to be an empty array at the initial state. Okay, so here I'm going to say set playlists to be basically the response dot data dot items. Okay, so let's try and console.log the playlists over here. Okay, so as you can see, these are all of my playlists over here. So this is disconnected. Let's quit this off. Okay, if I just save the file once, as you can see, this are all of my playlists, 20 playlists there. So with the help of this information, we're gonna design this stuff inside our play screen, inside our profile screen. So firstly let's show up the design for the profile. So firstly inside my linear gradient, I'm going to make use of a scroll view. So I'm going to give this a style that is margin top of 50. Okay, so inside the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my view. This in turn is going to have the view. Okay, and this is going to have the image. So we have already designed the image inside the like song screen, the home screen. So let's just copy that out. So I think it's this one. So I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, import image from React Native and save the file. So as you can see, that's working better. So now after the image, I'm going to initialize one more view, which is going to contain two pieces of text. That is basically the username. So I'm going to say user profile dot display name. Okay, and after that we have one more text, that is the email. Okay, so to access that, it's going to be user profile dot email. Okay, so let's give the style for both of it. So here I'm going to say style. It's going to have a color of gray, font size of 16, and a font weight of bold. Okay, that you can see. And for this, it's going to have a color of white. Okay, and now for this view, we're going to give some styling. Style It's going to have a padding of 12, a flex direction of row, align items of center, okay, a gap of 10. Okay, let's remove this flex direction row because that needs to come over. Okay, why is that not working? Okay, so we're going to give that over here. So I'm going to say style, flex direction of row, align items of center, and let's say a gap of 10. Okay, I think that's looking good. So now after that we're going to show in the playlists. Okay, so that's going to come right after the view. So we're going to say a text which says your playlists. So for the text I'm going to give the style. So it's going to have a color of white, a font size of 20, and a font weight of bold. Okay, and it's going to have a margin horizontal of 12. Okay, so let's put the text below the view. There you go, that's looking good. So let's not make it bold, let's give it 500. Okay, so now we're gonna pretty much map over the playlist that we have got and we're gonna show the design. So I'm gonna say view. So we're gonna say playlists dot map for every item and index. I'm gonna return a view over here like this, and inside the view I'm gonna show firstly the image of the playlist. Okay, so if at all the playlist doesn't have any image, I'm gonna show a random image. Okay, so let me get the code for the source link. Okay, I've just pasted the code for the image. Okay, so if at all the playlist doesn't have image, I'm gonna paste in this image. You can pretty much copy this out. Okay, so now I'm gonna save the file. Let's import image first from React Native. That's imported. Okay, so as you can see, these are all of my playlists. Okay, so for the playlist that doesn't have image, I'm gonna show this particular image. Okay, so let's give the style for the outer view. So I'm gonna say style, some internal spacing, that is padding of 15. Okay, that's looking fine. So now after the image, we're gonna show another view over here, which is gonna have two texts, that is the playlist name and the number of followers. So over here I'm gonna say firstly the name over here. So to access the name, it's gonna be item.name. So I'm gonna say style, so color is gonna be white, and for the next thing I'm just gonna hard code it. I'm gonna say 0 followers, and for this it's gonna have a color of gray and a bit of margin top as well. So let's give that margin top of 7. Okay, save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now for this view which contains the image and the text, I'm gonna say a flex direction of row and align items of center, and I'm gonna give a gap of 8. Okay, let's give some margin vertical to this of 8. As you can see, that's looking fine. Let's give it 10. Yeah, I think 10 looks good. So I think that's it. We are able to scroll through it. So these are the playlists of a particular user. Okay, so I think that's it about the profile screen. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the search bar functionality. Okay, so here we'll be implementing a debounced search bar. So we'll be making use of a dependency known as Lodash. So firstly, let's install Lodash, and then we're going to implement the search functionality. So firstly, I'm going to say yarn add Lodash. Okay, let's install this dependency. Okay, so after this has been installed, let's come to the text input where we have basically the state initialized for this thing. Let's come to the like song screen, and over here, okay, so currently when there is on change of text, we are setting the input, right? So instead of that, I'm gonna say handle input change. So based on this, we're gonna search it. So let's initialize the function over here, that is handle input change. So this in turn is going to take in the text, that is whatever the user is typing. Okay, so the way the debouncing works is we're only going to implement the search functionality after a specific interval of time. So this debouncing function is going to take in something known as the delay. Okay, so let's say in our case, we're going to give it as 800 milliseconds. So as in when the user types in characters to search for the song, so if at all the time difference between one character and the next character, if it is greater than 800 milliseconds, then only we're going to make the search call. Okay, so this process is gonna prevent the number of search calls, and it's gonna improve the performance. Okay, so over here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say set the input to be whatever is there inside the text, that is whatever the user is typing. And after that, I'm gonna say debounced search. You're gonna implement this function in just a bit of the text. Okay, so I'm going to define the function over here, that is debounced search equals to debounce. Okay, import that from Lodash. So the syntax of this function is import it like this. It's going to take in the function to implement, and it's going to take in the delay. So this is the syntax of this. So over here, I'm going to initialize a new function. I'm going to say handle search, and the delay in this case is going to be, let's say, 800 milliseconds. Okay, so let us define the function that is handle search. So I'm going to say function handle search. So this thing is going to take in, of course, the text over here. Okay, I think the arrow is not required. Okay, so inside the handle search function, we're going to calculate the filtered tracks. Okay, that is equal to the input that the user is typing. So firstly, I'm going to initialize my state to hold the track. So I'm going to say const searched tracks comma set searched tracks equals to use state. So initially it's going to be an empty array. Okay, so now you're going to make the implementation over here inside the handle search method. So firstly, I'm going to say const filtered tracks equals to, we already have the saved tracks. I'm going to say saved tracks dot filter. So for every item, just give me the item which is matching the condition I'm going to write. So the condition is going to be item dot track dot name. Firstly, I'm going to convert to lowercase. So I'm going to say dot to lowercase. Okay, dot includes, if this includes whatever I am typing inside of the input field, then give me that track. Okay, so I'm going to say text dot lowercase. So this text is coming from the parameter over here. Okay, so I'm going to apply this condition. So give me all of the filtered tracks which are going to match this condition, that is the item.track.name after converting it into lowercase, if that includes whatever input I'm typing, that is text.to lowercase. And after that, I'm going to say set the searched tracks to be the filtered tracks. All right, so that's the way we implement this. Save the file. So now let's say for the flat list also, I'm going to give, instead of saved tracks, I want to pass in the searched tracks, because that's the results which we want to show, right? But this is not going to work when we open the app for the first time, because when the app loads on the initial render, this is going to show, that is const save tracks comma set save tracks equals to an empty array at the initial state. So we will not be able to see any of the songs, right? So to see that, we are going to make use of a use effect. Firstly, let's say I'm going to initialize that over here. So I'm going to say use effect. So if we implement this, we are able to see the songs even if I pass in the saved tracks. Okay, I mean the search tracks to the playlist. So I'm going to say if the saved tracks dot length is greater than 0, then I'm going to say handle search of whatever is there inside of the input. Okay, and the dependency I'm going to pass is save tracks. Okay, so at least 1 second is going to take to fetch the saved tracks. Okay, so when that happens, then only we're going to fetch then only we're going to implement the search functionality. So now save the file. Okay, so the next thing is, instead of the saved tracks, I'm going to pass in the searched tracks. Okay, so the next thing is, we're going to make use of activity indicator over here. Okay, so if it is loading, I'm going to pass in I'm going to show the activity indicator, else I'm going to show the flat list. Okay, so I'm going to check that if the search tracks length is greater than or equals to 0. If that's the case, then just show the activity indicator. Okay, else it's just going to be the flat list itself. So import activity indicator like this, okay, from React Native, and save the file. So now I'm gonna start searching the songs. Okay, so it's gonna work. I mean, we're gonna make the search call only after 800 milliseconds if there is a time difference between the characters I type. So let's go over here. So I'm gonna type in the characters real soon for the second song. So I'm gonna type in INSA real quick, and after I stop, that is, of course, it's gonna increase. I mean, it's gonna have a time duration of 800 milliseconds. So then it's gonna make the call. So I'm gonna say INSAN. So as you can see, after 800 milliseconds, then only it's gonna give the result for that particular song. Okay, so now I'm gonna give a color of white to this. Okay, that's good. Okay, so the same thing is going to happen when I remove everything. So let's say I remove everything, not over here, inside the search bar. So it's going to come back to the normal state. Okay, so now let's give another try. So I'm going to search for the first song. I'm going to type in N and EE real quick. Okay, so as you can see, after 800 milliseconds, then only it's going to make the call. Okay, so that's the way the search functionality works. Alright, so we implement a lot of things in this project, that is the liked songs part, the top artist, the recently played, and even the liked songs, the search functionality, and the playing of the songs, okay, and even the profile screen as well. So I think that's it about this project. So let's see you in the next one, and then thank you for watching.